Chinese government. Now, some of these maps that you see on the internet, like this live cyber threat map, which is an approximation as to what effectively happens on the internet at any given second, you know, illegal violations of internet traffic, you can see that everyone is effectively going at everyone. That's the benefit of actually having, you know, keyboard warfare. You can literally sit in the comfort of your own office, air-conditioned perhaps, and just attack every single country on the face of the earth. Even if you're allied with them, there's probably a good chance that you're doing stuff to spy on them. Sometimes you might even see some friendly action, like Canadian...
I saw this when I was like 22. That was 26 years ago or whatever. No, I'm sorry, 20 whatever it is. I don't want to say. But yeah, like yeah, and I knew this. I saw this. There was an old program that used to do this like 25 years ago, something like that. And I saw this, and I began to understand that privacy and the internet are like oil and water. They don't ever mix. And if you think that there's fucking 60 or 70 fucking world powers, the major world powers, spying on every single website that you go to, every fucking picture that you send, every DM that you send, they've hacked your emails, they've hacked your fucking ISP and all this, and privacy and the internet do not mix. So I have never ever, you know, we can have like a pretend privacy of like credit cards and such, but we can't have like a you know, it doesn't really exist. It doesn't really exist. Cactus flesh is good for cooking. I have 137 fungal flesh. Only I had anything else. I don't think I do though. So I guess we use mushrooms. Yeah.
On Canadian action. But generally speaking, I wouldn't really worry so much if I were you. At the end of the day, yes, your internet service provider did get hacked. And if you're wondering, whoa, what can I do? I think getting rid of the existentialism that, like, listen, at the end of the day, it is your ISP. They're the people that control your information out there. There's only so much you can do to preserve your privacy on the internet. But generally speaking, I think the real meat and potatoes of this is the wake up that, yes, the government surveillance system is pretty active. You know, at any moment, these tools that are used to spy and I guess quote unquote protect you can in fact be given up to these people. This would be an infinitely more scarier story if instead of just the Chinese government, this would have been an actual criminal group that was using this information to steal identities, or, you know, possibly use this for a financial motivation.
Oh no.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it, I'm out.
Have occurred to Jones that there might be a price to pay for telling horrible lies about people, which, to be fair, he'd been doing for decades with very little pushback. It certainly didn't stop.
Would you like to buy a piece of Alex Jones? Maybe a microphone that's extremely used and only partially submerged in saliva. How about a neon sign for the largest disinformation podcast in history? What about a tinfoil hat, lightly greased? Well, now's the opportunity of a lifetime because InfoWars is being sold for parts to pay for Alex Jones's bankruptcy and the billions of dollars he owes people. So now's your chance. Chaos lawyer Liz Dye has more.
Thanks, Devin. Well, it's time to bust open that piggy bank because the bankruptcy court is breaking up InfoWars' parent company, Free Speech Systems, and auctioning the pieces for scrap. Buyers will have a chance to purchase a little piece of history. Really, really ugly history. In December of 2022, a mass shooter stormed Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut, killing 20 first graders and 6 staffers. Almost immediately, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones claimed on his wildly popular InfoWars podcast that the shooting was a false flag operation by the Obama administration. By his own admission, Jones had a huge megaphone.
You have any idea how big? I mean, I'm not even bragging. I just realized I need to throw it in the enemy's face and just laugh at them. We're bigger than the BBC and what, like CNN combined. We're bigger than the New York Times.
So when he called the parents of the slain children crisis actors and accused them of participating in a hoax staged to gin up support for gun control, lots of people heard him. And when he predicted that it was a prelude to a government campaign to forcibly seize Americans' guns, his audience believed him. And even though that never happened, Jones spent the next 5 years lending his airwaves to a rotating cast of kooks and liars who speculated that the slain children had never existed. Worse, Jones encouraged his listeners to do their own research, which they did, ensuring that the grieving families would be deluged with harassment and death threats, even at their own children's funerals. Some of the parents were even forced to go into hiding out of fear for their family's safety. And the reason Jones did all that was because it made him money. A lot of money. The Huffington Post reports that InfoWars brought in upwards of $50 million a year between 2015 and 2018. During his, quote, final statement on Sandy Hook, which aired on November 18, 2016, not his final statement, he said, I watched a lot of soap operas and I've seen actors before and I know when I'm watching a movie and when I'm watching something real. On that day alone, the InfoWars store took in more than $100,000 flogging supplements and survival meals to his supporters. It does not seem to have occurred to Jones that there might be a price to pay for telling horrible lies about people, which, to be fair, he'd been doing for decades with very little pushback. It certainly didn't stop presidential candidate Donald Trump from appearing on his show and praising him in 2015. So Jones was probably surprised in 2018 when he was sued by 3 separate groups of Sandy Hook parents, 2 in Texas where he lives and 1 in Connecticut where they live. He certainly didn't take these suits seriously since he more or less refused to cooperate with discovery and turn over documents as ordered by the court. It was only in 2021, when judges in both states slapped him with default judgments, that he seemed to have sensed that he was in deep doo-doo. But instead of trying to negotiate a settlement like a normal person, he instead set about moving his assets. Specifically, he remembered that Free Speech Systems owed $54 million to a company called PQPR LLC, which supplied the supplements sold on Infowars.com, and just never bothered to send a bill. How did PQPR forget to invoice for years on end? Well, it might have something to do with the fact that PQPR is wholly owned by Jones and his parents, David and Carol. But approximately 5 minutes after the courts entered those default judgments, Free Speech Systems, which is wholly owned by Jones himself, signed a secured promissory note purporting to put PQPR first in line to get paid before any other creditors. To pay off this debt, FSS immediately began shoveling cash out the door to PQPR, and then Jones and his company began their wild adventure in bankruptcy court, exploiting the system to avoid paying the Sandy Hook families for the damage they'd caused. The first step was to put a couple of worthless LLCs into bankruptcy on the eve of the trial in Texas. When you sue a group of related entities, you sue everyone you can to make sure that they're all on the hook together for the damages. So the Sandy Hook plaintiffs sued Jones and Free Speech Systems, but they also added in a bunch of little companies owned by FSS, at least in part to ensure that FSS didn't transfer its assets to one of those affiliated entities. But a bankruptcy filing automatically stays litigation pending against the filer. So when InfoW LLC and IW Health LLC declared bankruptcy, that put the whole Texas case on hold. Jones hoped to force the Sandy Hook families to drop their claims, and he wasn't subtle about it. Jones's lawyer, Norm Pattis, who is what you might call a character, told the Wall Street Journal, we're turning to the bankruptcy courts to compel the plaintiffs to estimate the value of their claims in open court by discernible evidentiary standards. The plaintiffs have turned this litigation into a macabre morality play and have refused to negotiate in good faith. We hope they will show respect to the federal courts. Of course, the plaintiffs had been trying for years to settle their claims in open court by discernible evidentiary standards. The bankruptcy was actually a ploy to stop them doing just that. And Jones's opening offer in bankruptcy was to fund a litigation settlement trust with $10 million, an amount which wouldn't even cover the legal bills accrued by the Sandy Hook plaintiffs after 4 years of pretrial work chasing him down as he utterly refused to cooperate with the process. That gambit failed when the plaintiffs just dropped the LLCs as party to their state suits and marched back into court. So clearly, Jones wasn't going to be able to wriggle away that easily, and in July of 2022, he put Free Speech Systems into Chapter 11. And remember, every time you hear that FSS did something, that's Jones, because Jones owns 100% of FSS. Now, Chapter 11 of the Bankruptcy Code is for reorganization. You're supposed to negotiate with your creditors and then come out the end as a workable business. But FSS went further than that, filing under Subchapter 5, which is a provision designed for mom-and-pop small businesses like a corner store or a dry cleaners with debts of less than $7.5 million. FSS was able to do that for two reasons. First, because they got in right before the first jury verdict came down, which would have pushed the company's debts past the statutory threshold. And second, because the law disregards debts to insiders like, say, the owner of the company and his parents. So that $54 million debt to PQPR did not count. In August of 2022, just after FSS declared bankruptcy, a jury in Texas awarded the first set of Sandy Hook plaintiffs $4 million in compensatory damages, and then the judge added on an additional $45 million in punitive damages. That was the case where the plaintiff's lawyer, Mark Bankston, confronted Jones on the witness stand with proof that he was lying since his lawyers had inadvertently turned over a hard drive containing the contents of his phone.
12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook. Did you know that?
Now that's good content. Then, in October, a Connecticut jury ordered Jones to pay $965 million in compensatory damages to the second group of Sandy Hook families, and the judge tacked on an additional $473 million in punitives. Jones laughed on air as the verdict was read, promising that the families would never get paid.
What?
Ain't gonna be happening. Ain't no money.
Our verdict as to
Ain't no
damages
money.
in this case, we award damages to each plaintiff and against Alex Jones and three.
I killed the kids, folks. I think.
In December, Jones filed for personal bankruptcy under Chapter 11. Under employment, he listed media personality and dietary supplement sales, but not journalist, which was not fake news.
Now, sorry to interrupt, but obviously if your entire life is getting liquidated to satisfy a multi-billion-dollar judgment, you'd want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you ever suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying that your social security number has been leaked, if you were involved in a car crash or have dealt with sexual harassment from Alex Jones or anyone else, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery or at least find out what your options are. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen right now for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click below.
U.S. bankruptcy judge Christopher Lopez has presided over all the Alex Jones-related bankruptcies, and after more than 2 years, he seems frankly worn out by Jones's shenanigans. Unlike most federal hearings, you can listen in real time to bankruptcies, but you still can't use the recordings in, say, a YouTube video. So just take my word for it, Judge Lopez is at the end of his rope. Because the entire purpose of a Subchapter 5 bankruptcy is to get the debtor out of court within about 6 months. And Jones has never done any of the things he needed to do to make that happen. He continued to file incomplete paperwork, hiding assets, and refusing to come forward with a viable plan. His best offer to the Sandy Hook plaintiffs was $55 million over 10 years to settle all claims, on $1.5 billion in damages, much of which will survive these proceedings thanks to 11 U.S.C. Section 523, which provides that debt arising from willful and malicious injury by the debtor to another entity or to the property of another entity does not get zeroed out in bankruptcy. In legal parlance, those debts are non-dischargeable because it would be bad public policy to let people commit willful torts and then use the bankruptcy system to get out of paying their victims. And Judge Lopez ruled back in October that the $4 million award to the Texas plaintiffs and more than $1 billion of the Connecticut plaintiffs' verdict cannot be discharged in bankruptcy. So Jones's offer to pay a structured settlement of like $55 million amounted to a whopping 3.6% of the debt. That's not a real settlement offer when the Sandy Hook plaintiffs are entitled to every single dollar Jones has or will ever have for the rest of his life. That's a delay tactic because Jones never intended to negotiate a settlement and reorganize FSS. The point of this exercise was always to either force the Sandy Hook plaintiffs to walk away with virtually nothing or to buy enough time that Jones and his father could set up a new platform to continue the business. Here he is at Christmas saying that they just need to get through this Subchapter 5 and then they'll be free and clear.
As long as we can be solvent and somewhat profitable, then the money will go to run this operation, keep us on the air for years while the appeals go forward.
And as the months dragged on, on, it became clear that Jones was using the bankruptcy court in the same bad faith way he'd done in 2022 when he put those worthless LLCs in Chapter 11. And in the meantime, Jones and his dad set up a competing company, Dr. Jones Naturals, that Jones advertised for on InfoWars, siphoning revenue away from the company. In May of 2024, Judge Lopez finally broke the logjam. The judge gave Jones a month to come up with a plan or the FSS case was going to get dismissed. But that managed to fracture the two sets of Sandy Hook families. Because remember, the Connecticut plaintiffs have a $1.4 billion judgment, which is almost entirely non-dischargeable. And the Texas plaintiffs have a $50 million judgment, of which only $4 million is definitively non-dischargeable. So if Jones's assets inside and outside the corporation are a pie that the plaintiffs get to share, the Texas plaintiffs are going to get a really tiny slice because their share is so much smaller than the Connecticut verdict, which is why the two sets of plaintiffs had vastly different reactions to Judge Lopez's threat to kick FSS out of court. The Connecticut families immediately requested that Judge Lopez convert the case from a Chapter 11 reorganization to a Chapter 7 liquidation, which would sell off the assets and divide the proceeds among the creditors. And that would give the Connecticut families almost all the pie, because they have a 10-figure non-dischargeable damage award. They said the Connecticut families firmly believed the interest of the estate and all creditors would be best served by conversion as opposed to dismissal of the FSS case in light of the unique circumstances. And then they try to rattle the cage by telling the court about Jones bragging on air that Judge Lopez was going to wash his hands like Pontius Pilate of the case and basically let Jones win.
The judge says a week and a half ago, no, I'm not going to liquidate and shut down InfoWars. I'm going to kick it out of bankruptcy and give it back to Alex Jones, which then means the state courts and Judge Guerra Gamble and the wild-eyed Democrats can try to come in here, but he washes his hands like Pontius Pilate and he says, I'm not doing this.
The Texas plaintiffs, with their vastly smaller damage award, have different priorities, and they don't want to divide the assets pro rata. They want to seize whatever they can get their hands on. They're much better off with the proverbial race to the courthouse, particularly since they're in Texas, and so is Alex Jones, so that courthouse is local for them. They submitted their own brief reminding Judge Lopez how long Jones has dragged this thing out and urging the court to kick FSS to the curb. They said the court should order dismissal and deny the Connecticut plaintiff's conversion motion. The Texas plaintiffs have sat on their rights for nearly 2 years, hoping a consensual resolution would be reached where FSS meaningfully pays its judgment. Enough is enough. The Sandy Hook family should be allowed to enforce their rights so they can finally move on with their lives. And then Jones himself moved to convert his personal bankruptcy to a Chapter 7 liquidation, as was his absolute right under law. Whether that's because he's already shifted enough of the assets to his father's name that he's ready to tap out, or because he saw the writing on the wall, it signaled that he finally understood he wasn't going to wring anything else out of the bankruptcy process and it was time to pull the ripcord. At a hearing on June 14th, Judge Lopez made the easy decision to convert Jones's personal bankruptcy to a Chapter 7. He really didn't have any choice. The law is clear on that one. Judge Lopez also appointed Charles Murray, an experienced bankruptcy lawyer in Texas, as trustee in Jones's Chapter 7 case. What to do about free speech systems was a much harder decision, not least because the grieving Sandy Hook families were divided. The day before that hearing, the Chapter 5 trustee, Melissa Hazelden, submitted a report detailing all the ways Jones was diverting assets from FSS. For instance, on June 1, 2024, Jones tells his followers that by supporting drjonesnaturals.com, the viewers will be supporting Jones' family as the InfoWars story is, quote, overrun, done, and gone. Jones adds that his dad had set up drjonesnaturals.com because his father knew InfoWars would be shut down and urges viewers to support his embattled family by purchasing from drjonesnaturals.com and that drjonesnaturals.com has, quote, emergency stuff backed up. In fact, he was using every broadcast to send viewers to his father's store, explicitly directing them to send money away from FSS. The trustee also noted that Jones had returned to flogging conspiracy theories about the Sandy Hook shooting, speculating on June 7 that there were multiple shooters and intimating on the air 2 days later that he would soon reveal to his listeners what really happened that day. On June 10, he even attacked the plaintiffs, saying the so-called Sandy Hook families are being used by the Justice Department, by the FBI, to be the front people for this. And Jones appeared to admit on air that he was attempting to download the InfoWars archive, which belongs to FSS and not him personally, potentially siphoning a valuable asset away from the company and its creditors. Hazelden noted that FSS content should not be used for any commercial purpose by any person other than the debtor. The value of any FSS property should inure to the benefit of the debtor's creditors or Jones's impending Chapter 7 estate. And she highlighted the problem with dismissing FSS from Chapter 11 while Jones himself is in bankruptcy, because Jones is the sole owner of SSS, but his incentive is definitely not to conduct an orderly wind down of operations for the benefit of his creditors. Hazelden worried that if FSS got cut loose, no one would be able to control Jones and he would just steal everything that wasn't nailed down and then burn the place down, figuratively speaking. Hazelden urged Judge Lopez to make really clear before kicking FSS out of court whether Jones would control the company as the 100% owner or Murray would control it as the Chapter 7 trustee in charge of liquidating Alex Jones's assets for the benefit of his creditors. And for the most part, Judge Lopez refused to do that. After a wrenching hearing that lasted for hours, he dismissed the free speech system bankruptcy, and he noted that all the parties were represented by experienced counsel, and so he wasn't going to micromanage the process other than to order the FSS restructuring officer to turn control of the business accounts over to Murray as trustee rather than to Jones personally. And then, as soon as the dismissal order was signed, every single thing that Hazelden warned about happened in short order. Within 2 hours of the FSS case being officially out of bankruptcy, the Texas plaintiffs marched into the District Court of Travis County, Texas, and attempted to seize FSS and all its assets. A judge in Texas agreed, signing what's locally referred to as a turnover order on June 24th. Murray, the Chapter 7 trustee, raced back to Judge Lopez with an emergency motion to clarify, by which he meant tell the state court and the Texas plaintiffs to stand down because all that stuff about we're all grown-ups here didn't work. Murray also asked the court to clarify that he was the one in charge of FSS's accounts, by which he meant, and not Alex Jones, in case he gets any bright ideas about paying his father or otherwise moving money beyond the reach of creditors. Unsurprisingly, the Connecticut plaintiffs agreed. They filed a motion supporting an orderly liquidation of FSS's assets and pro rata distributions among FSS's creditors that hold valid claims. They accused the Texas families of seeking preferential treatment and outsized recoveries. The Texas plaintiffs countered that Murray, as the trustee of Jones's personal bankruptcy, had no authority to run FSS, which is a corporation owned by but separate from Jones. They reminded the court that everyone involved had agreed that it was time for the Sandy Hook plaintiffs to pursue state remedies. And what else could state remedies mean besides collection actions in state court? They said, in many ways, whether the trustee or Alex Jones has management rights over FSS is a red herring. Even if this court holds that the Chapter 7 trustee controls FSS, that doesn't allow FSS to flout a state court order to turn over its property. FSS is no longer in bankruptcy. The automatic stay has been lifted. The parties are allowed to pursue available state court remedies. And the Texas plaintiffs are doing just that. At a hearing on June 27, a clearly exasperated Judge Lopez wondered in his typical fashion whether the Texas plaintiffs were being deliberately disingenuous or if he needed to draft his orders more clearly. He stayed the state judge's order and explicitly granted Murray the authority to take the reins at FSS. In the short term, that meant inviting the dozens of lawyers and accountants and appraisers to submit their invoices and get paid since they're priority creditors. Which makes sense if you think about it, since professionals would never agree to work on a bankruptcy case if they had to go to the back of the line and wait to get paid like everyone else. But the practical effect of that is that more or less all the cash in FSS's accounts will be gone before any of the Sandy Hook plaintiffs get paid, which makes the disposition of the assets, both from FSS and Jones's personal bankruptcy, even more important. On August 22nd, Murray moved for a court order authorizing the wind down of FSS. He said that he'd been approached by multiple parties who hoped to purchase Free Speech Systems' intellectual property, or IP. Remember, Hazelden was worried that Jones would either expropriate or destroy the back catalog on his way out the door, and maybe the brand too. And that's why it was important, because those are where the value lies. Because irrespective of whether you think that InfoWars is toxic garbage, that stuff is FSS's most valuable corporate asset, and it's the trustee's job to get the best price he can for it. Murray proposed to hold 2 auctions. First, selling off the IP, and then selling off the rest of Free Speech Systems' assets, like the buildings and computers and corporate cars. On September 25th, Judge Lopez agreed. Under the terms of the order, anyone interested in buying the InfoWars IP will have to sign a confidentiality agreement and fully disclose the identity of each entity and each entity's shareholders, partners, investors, and ultimate controlling entities that are participating in the bid. So if, say, Alex Jones's dad, Dr. David Jones, wants to participate in this auction and buy the company's assets, he'll have to disclose that. He cannot hide behind a nest of shell companies. Bids will be sealed and accompanied by a cash deposit equal to 10% of the purchase price. All bids must be in by November 8th, with the winners notified the following week. An auction for the other assets will be on December 10th under significantly less stringent rules. All you have to do is pony up your credit card number and a valid name, address, and email. So if you've got your eye on a used pop filter or a coffee mug from the InfoWars break room, now's your chance. Maybe pick up a case of super concentrated Vasobeat Complete while you're there, or an exclusive InfoWars limited edition proprietary 24 karat 999 pure gold collectible. But who would actually want to buy this stuff? Well, Jones seems to think that there are any number of patriots waiting in the wings ready to put cash on the table to keep InfoWars running as a conspiracy theory freak show. It's very cut and dry that the assets of Free Speech Systems, the website, the equipment, the shopping cart, all that can be sold, he said on a recent show, and they know full well that there are a bunch of patriot buyers, and then the operation can ease on. He did not say whether those patriots include his daddy or whether he intends to rely on the kindness of strangers. And to be clear, weird things have happened. In 2022, an anonymous donor dropped $8 million of Bitcoin into InfoWars coffers, which Jones pocketed. But if the IP isn't snapped up by one of Jones's supporters, it might well end up owned by his detractors. Independent media outlet The Barbed Wire is fundraising to purchase some of the FSS IP assets. Editor Jeff Rotkoff wrote, "We'd like your help to make some mischief by buying InfoWars and using it for our absurd, joke-filled progressive journalism purposes. Jones has said he hopes patriots will buy the company, keeping him employed and on the air. What if we do literally anything else with it?" There are a lot of ways this could go down, and don't forget, Jones's personal bankruptcy is still going on. Here's Jones crying on air in June about being forced to sell his ranch, something he blamed on the FBI, CIA, and the Democratic Party.
We're gonna beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight. These people hate our children.
In reality, his own lawyer requested the court's permission to sell that property. That's not a game he's going to continue to be able to play with Murray babysitting as trustee. In fact, as the parties were hashing out the details for that auction of the InfoWars IP, Jones's only concern was protecting domains that contain his name, which he claims cannot be owned by any other than him personally, and his personal social media accounts. Murray explicitly excluded those things from the FSS IP auction, but he suggested in the hearing that he intends to revisit the issue when he disposes of the assets in Jones's personal bankruptcy. So if you ever wanted to buy the @RealAlexJones handle, maybe you'll get your chance. And there are 2 remaining cases involving money Jones moved out of FSS when he realized he was about to get sued into oblivion. One alleges that Jones fraudulently transferred some $18 million to himself and to PQPR in anticipation of the litigation. That was originally filed in Texas state court and removed to the federal court. The other case, also filed by the Sandy Hook plaintiffs, alleges that the notes Free Speech Systems signed acknowledging that $54 million debt to PQPR were fraudulent and unenforceable. Remember, that's the company wholly owned by Jones and his parents. Both cases are in front of Judge Lopez, who's probably regretting his career choices about now. It ain't over till it's over, but we do appear to be entering the final inning. Thank God.
Thanks, Liz. For now, Alex Jones is still broadcasting, but his days may be limited. And Alex Jones is one of the many things that are still out on the internet that can hurt you, which is where today's sponsor, NordVPN, comes in. Because, you know, incognito mode isn't actually incognito. Google actually got sued over this. But with NordVPN's no logs policy, your internet service provider doesn't get to snoop on what you're searching, and neither does NordVPN. I've personally been a long-time user of NordVPN, and I especially like to use it while I'm traveling and using unfamiliar networks, which we all tend to do a lot this time of year. And NordVPN is more than just a great VPN. It comes with a whole suite of threat protection tools. For example, if you follow some of your favorite creators on social media, you might have heard of stories of a channel getting hacked, basically a creator losing access after a successful attack or leaked password. This happens way too often. But NordVPN's threat protection includes specific...
Oh, look, I can make a lot of money off of infused alkalest, and they're easy to make. They're like so easy to make. Yeah, I can make a lot of money off that. I mean, I think I can just Well, I think I can put a buy order in, maybe. Let's see. 57 cents, 31 cents. No, I'll just go farm it myself. I'll go right back to that place that I saw. I'll go farm his stuff. Am I done here? No, I don't think I'm done here. I think there's more to do. It's annoying.
Features to warn you about phishing links, as well as features like a blocker for malicious ads and dark web monitoring to alert you if your passwords have been leaked. And of course, NordVPN is still a great VPN. With Nord, you can surf the web anonymously and your location stays private. It allows me to set my location all over the world, which lets me access different versions of my favorite websites. And when I'm out of the country and try to connect to my Gmail or a bunch of other things that I'm logged into, all those accounts would normally freak out and tell me that I'm being hacked. So now I just reroute my connection to the US and my Gmail and everything else is happy. And not only is Nord the fastest VPN on the planet, but you get 24/7 customer support to help you whenever you need it and a 30-day money-back guarantee for all users. So if you'd like to give NordVPN a try, click on the link that's on screen right now or down in the description. Every purchase of the 2-year plan will receive 4 bonus months on top, and it's completely risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. So click on the link that's on screen right now or down below and get 1 free month with a huge discount and a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. And after that, click on this box over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
No! No! No, he's raw in the poopy water!
So it might not be James.
Probably fake.
If it was James, no
Bro,
problem, man.
he's raw in the poopy water! Oh, hell nah! Oh, no! Bro, you
That
got
man is
dookie stuck
standing-
inside of your toes, man! There's a field of...
No waves yet. The dudes are doing a pretty good job.
Okay, that's too loud.
You can tell is really deteriorating. I'm not far away from where Bill is, and the wind is whipping. It is super loud. The rain is super, it's pounding the windows and the doors. We've had to kind of put towels up because some of the water is starting to just leak in from below. The ambulances have just stopped running, so right now we're not going to be getting any patients by ambulance, but there are still people coming in the front doors that are just trying to
More good news.
Get their kiddos, if their kiddos are sick, just trying to get them in here. My kiddos are still
What the
safe, and
fuck?
they had a great time today
Is
at the
that
kids
Jeff?
zone, so we're just kind of hunkering down and watching the weather.
Yeah, you said you were giving them endless screen time. I hope the power doesn't go out so the batteries don't run out so that their screens go blank.
Get
Just in
back
terms
inside,
of,
Jeff! What the hell?
I mean, the hospital obviously has its own power source, so has it ever lost power, in a storm?
We absolutely lose power, but the generators kick on very quickly. Some flickering now, so the generators will kick on, and then that will restore power to the hospital, and we'll continue to be able to function.
And how long do you expect to stay there? How long is like a shift are you working?
I'm working my normal 10 to 12 hour shifts, and I will be here until the recovery team is able to come and tag me out. So if the weather's bad and the roads are bad and they can't get here for another day or two, after the storm's done, then I'm here until they're able to get here to relieve me.
We saw it when I was driving in earlier this morning. I saw a lot of long lines of ambulances heading north. I assume they were taking patients to hospitals out of the danger zone, which is certainly a good thing to see. I really appreciate talking to you. I want to go back to I wish you the best, and everybody who's working at the hospital. Thank you for what you're doing. I want to go to Randy Kay, who is in Sarasota. Randy, where are you and what are you seeing?
Anderson, we're about a half mile from the water from South Shore Drive here in Sarasota, and it's really interesting what just happened just in the last few moments. When we talked just a few minutes ago, the wind was kicking up. It was a little bit difficult to stand. We were talking about projectiles around the neighborhood and fences coming down. Right now, it seems as if we're either in the eye or very close to being in the eye, because there's a sense of a bit of a tranquility. The rain has really come to a stop.
Yeah, I think you're in the eye then, right?
After I'm saying that. And obviously there's still a little bit of wind around here. But Anderson, there is a sense of it's a bit more tranquil here. When the eye approaches, when you get close, people tend to come outside. They think it's safe. That's not what we want people to do, of course, because they think it's over. It's not over. This is just sort of a break for us as the eye passes. Anderson?
Have you gotten any sense of how many people sought shelter or how many people are in shelters in Sarasota?
Yeah, it's interesting. There are a number of shelters open, and they were all allowing pets because they wanted to make sure that people didn't abandon their pets during a storm like this. But they were pretty full. There was one couple I noticed that they had not evacuated for Helene. They were very concerned about Milton, so they decided to go to a shelter, and they did some shelter shopping. They wanted to find the right shelter. But the shelters have been crowded. From what I understand, I spoke to the Sarasota mayor, Liz Alpert, and she told me that people have
Poor Florida.
certainly been heeding the warnings and going to the shelters this time around, Anderson.
All right, Randy, thanks so much. I want to go to Chief Kokinger in Palmetto, Florida. Chief, how are things there? We're just getting a big gust right now. Apologies. So Palmetto is right across the Manatee from where I am. Chief, how are things in Palmetto?
Very windy, very rainy, but we're hunkered down at the condo that I live in, and our island is all buttoned up, and we're hoping for the best.
Do you have a sense of, obviously there's millions of people under mandatory evacuation orders. Do you have a sense of what percentage of people in your community actually did evacuate?
I think that there was somewhere between 98 and 100% of people that did evacuate from Holmes Beach. We made the message clear that this was not the storm to hunker down in. This is not Helene. We're not going to be able to get out and rescue you. All first responders left the island when the wind started picking up somewhere around 11 or noon. And, people were on their own after that. And we made it clear that we would not be coming and rescuing like we did with Helene.
Holy, did you just read the bottom? Turkish captain on board, so a Turkish airline jet from Seattle to Istanbul had to make an emergency landing. Thank God Eric Adams wasn't on it.
CNA, I can't tell if it's just that we have no visibility here. Do you still have electricity?
I do. I'm in the towers across from you, the tall towers that are right on the same grid, I think, as Manatee Memorial Hospital. So we stay powered up most of the time.
In terms of the capabilities for law enforcement, for fire rescue, at this point, I assume everything's shut down. When do you decide, okay, it's safe to go out?
In the morning, we're going to muster up and we're going to get the first in teams, and we're going to make sure that the roads and the bridges are clear. And once we can get out to the island and see that the bridges are still there, the roads are still there, and that no power lines are down, then we can clean the roads as much as we can, and then we'll start letting residents back out once we get it under control.
Well, Chief, I really appreciate all you're doing. Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us. I want to go to the mayor of Tampa right now, Jane Castor. Mayor, what's your message to folks in this area? How are things in Tampa right now?
Well,
we lost the mayor, obviously. The winds have definitely picked up just a little bit, as you can tell, just a couple of gusts. But for now, it seems, I can't tell how much of this is going to be in this area in Bradenton, a wind event, how much the water is going to come. Again, they were expecting as much as 9 feet of, and Chad Myers were saying, there are still many hours left in this thing, that is likely coming. So obviously that's going to be one thing we're watching for. I'm sorry, repeat that? Okay, let's go to Sarah Lesker, who's riding out the storm in St. Petersburg. Hey, Sarah, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you, but how are you doing? You're riding out the storm in St. Petersburg. Where are you?
we are in St. Petersburg, right on Central Avenue. We could lose power any second. So before I do, I just want to say, hey, Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper's the funniest person to send out there because, as a rich guy, I think he's so sheltered that he doesn't even understand basic concepts like weather patterns. He is precise. He is in the CNN lineup. He has to be the absolute worst guy out of their mainline anchors to be standing out there in the water. Okay. He's I don't really understand. There's water all over me. They're saying that this is rain, a concept I'm unfamiliar with, because I usually have a bunch of butlers shelter me from such acts of nature.
Yeah, like Archer.
It is such a funny person to put out there.
Storms and sunshine, but I don't think we expected two hurricanes in less than 10 days. So.
And I understand you have a 15-month-old.
He's done this kind of coverage for like 20 years. It's how he started. The you talking about? Okay, what I'm talking about is that he is objectively a Vanderbilt, and beyond that, his line of questioning is so funny. Like, I don't know if somewhere along his career he forgot how to do this, but he's at a place like Wolf Blitzer would be in this storm. Okay? Like, the vibes that he's putting out honestly feel like he's never even been outside before. Why is Chatter riding Anderson so hard? It's riding time. Yeah, he probably volunteered for this, by the way, for good old time's sake or whatever.
There was
But
no gas. We went to a Target. I think it was like an hour and a half north also. And I was able to get a couple things. So we have enough supplies.
I was able to get a couple
we have enough milk for baby. We're doing the best I can. Have some candles, some tea lights in case we lose power, which we probably will.
Yeah. Well, listen, I wish you and your family the best, and I will check in with you because I'm curious. Whoa, something just snapped. That's never a good sound. I'm curious to just talk to you after this is done to see your first experience. It's always kind of scary to face something that's so unknown, but I wish you the best.
I mean, I don't want him hurt or anything. I just think it's funny. I think it's funny. These are worth 200 gold apiece. Look at this. Ancient glob of ectoplasm. What's this for? Stone cutting something. Okay, well, on it goes. Magenta dye. We'll charge 1,000 apiece. Just see if I get them, you know. Oh, maximum orders. No. Active. Damn it. Oh, shit. Am I still here? I'm still in. Oh, God. I am starving to death and hungry. Do I have any food? No, but I might have fish. Oh, fish chunks, yeah, here, active. And I could always just go get my dinner. Yep, right here. One, let me get 5 fucking fish chunks or whatever before I fucking starve to death. 2. How's my oxygen? It's good. Come back here. Damn it. Three. Fish chunks, fish chunks. Gotta love the fish chunks. Fish chunks, fish chunks. Gotta love the fish chunks. Oh my god, these fish are so annoying. Let's go eat these so I don't starve to death. Hurry up, you, I'm starving. This is awesome how that forest fucking burned. It was sweet. Oh, I got him too. Look. Oh, I hit him too. Oh, god damn it. What? This is good XP. It's a good shot. I'm mostly full. I better go back and dump. Look at fish. You better run, fish. Let's make some arrows. Go back to tab.
And I'm glad you're.
I feel like as a news anchor, he's so goddamn out of touch with like real human beings that it unironically feels like even normal questions that he asks people are just like, so like, how do you boil water? You know what I mean? I would like to know. I've never had the privilege to do such a thing, so I don't know. How do you boil water?
Because again, the amount of rain that's going to come down over the next few hours is really eye-opening. We're looking at 5 to 8 additional inches of rain on top of the 6 that have already come down. That puts us at a foot or above. And I'm listening because there's a tree right by me that is kind of swaying ominously. We saw the lights in this area. This is like a commercial area, a mile or so off of the water of Tampa Bay. The lights have been flickering, so they are definitely taking hits to the power here. Where we were just a short time ago on Tampa Bay.
Like, look at the difference between my guy and Anderson Cooper in the way that he is communicating things that are happening around him.
The easterly wind, and then it came back with significant force.
Yeah, he's right.
It would not surprise me to see extensive flooding, not only in that area, but in these neighborhoods. As we were coming over here, there was a lot of flooding. There was difficult water that we had to traverse. Fortunately, one thing that I have seen change in a positive direction over the last few hours, I haven't seen any residents outside as of the last hour or so. Earlier in the day, there were people outside on Tampa Bay taking pictures. This is as very strong winds and very punishing rain were coming down. The rain kind of feels like BB pellets on your skin. And you had people outside taking photographs, something that officials had been warning about. There'd been a shelter-in-place recommendation from officials since early on this afternoon. Again, fortunately, no significant damage where we are right now, but obviously as you get closer to the water of Tampa Bay,
the other anchor is an honorary Muslim. He's not. When I found out that he was like Latino, I was shocked.
Yeah. Hey, Boris, I just want to, Neil, can we walk over to the river? Are you able to do that? I just want to walk and just show people a little bit.
I forget what his name is, but I like him.
River, because earlier it was still,
he's cool.
It was starting to kind of come up on the river walk. But you can tell, like the ground here, obviously this is sand. The ground here is very, very wet. It's been raining for many hours. You can see trees here branches of these palm trees that have blown off. They're over here. You can see them over there as well, littering the ground. There's more here. But this is the Manatee River. And
come on, dog, look, he's doing it. He's doing what I'm talking about.
The walk of the river walk. You can tell, you get a sense of how bad the visibility is. That's a bridge right over there. You can see some of the lights are still on the bridge. But as I said, you can barely see. We were talking to the chief of police in Palmetto. He was saying they do have electricity. You can now sort of see some lights over there. But again, visibility is really down. Boris, in terms of, do you have any sense of, has there been flooding in Tampa, or is I mean, obviously the ground is really wet from so much rain. Has there actually been surge yet?
Interesting, because as we were leaving from where we are, it seemed like it was about to creep in. We were at a park that was right on Tampa Bay. We were looking at
the ground is the wettest from the standpoint of water. They're saying this hurricane is the wettest.
Throughout the day, that just got, as you could imagine, and the water was starting to hit the seawall. I can tell you that as we drove away into the neighborhood that was right next to there were some buildings right next to that park. The water, I didn't get off the car, but the water started to get right to the bumper of our car. We had an intense amount of splashback on our windshield, and so we slowed to make sure that we were in the center of the road, that we weren't going to get in any trouble. And then as we got out of there, it lightened up, even though there were patches in other neighborhoods. I have to imagine that as the hours go on, that neighborhood is going to experience significant flooding just because of the location where it is. It's hard to say with any amount of certainty whether this has gone over and into that park, but it would not be a surprise if it did. It was part of the evacuation zone that officials...
Bro, I want to know, not from these guys, no disrespect, but I want to hear from a professional why there isn't the predicted... Where's Stinky? Where's Stinky when you need her, dude? Where's Stinky? Like... Is this up to the levels that they predicted? I know it was predicted to be like 10 feet minimum, or 10 feet minimum, up to 15 feet. But as Hurricane Milton has made landfall, this was supposed to come in before it even made landfall. I know it hasn't hit peak yet, but I thought that the water levels would have risen higher at this point. Maybe I'm wrong, and I need someone who understands this stuff better than me to explain to me if this is under the estimations or over the estimations, or just about right.
Slowly but surely, probably somewhere now to where it was with Helene. Very, very close to where it was with Helene. Will it go higher? Only time will tell. All right, again, northern eye wall, rain, wind, that's where Mike Bettis is. Mike, give us the latest from Tampa.
Hi, Jim. It's interesting to see what's happening now. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a elongation, if you will, a northern punch. The eye wall up here toward Tampa, and it is a punishing wind and rain right now. And it's been like this for about the last, say, 20 minutes or so, and it's really been come down. Rainfall rates have picked up. The winds have picked up exponentially now here. That little burst that we see on radar. We've had a lot of yellow and orange. A lot of you at home know, if you follow on a radar app, a lot of yellow, a lot of orange on radar. Now we're starting to see bursts of red on there, which really means it is coming down. That's where you're also going to see the biggest punch. So what the concern now will be is a couple of things, right? We're watching for really intense rainfall rates that are going to cause some flooding now, fresh water flooding. We're also going to watch for now, because we've had so much water, the wind. So maybe now have really wet ground around them. They may be susceptible to coming over and toppling, and potentially maybe even a chance for some power outages. I've seen some power lines arcing. So
the water's been sucked out of Tampa Bay by Milton. It happened fast.
You'll see these big green or blue flashes.
That's crazy, dude.
Usually it's a tree branch or something like that. The other issue now, because of our wind direction, which is primarily east, or maybe even a bit of a northeast component, now you're getting bayside. All right, so the water's not coming into Tampa Bay, and Jim was mentioning that. Some of the water's going out of Tampa Bay, but it could be pushing back across old Tampa Bay and causing bayside flooding. So you think about places like Clearwater City of St. Pete. Not much water is going to come in for them. That would be saltwater flooding in those locations. But one thing I'd be worried about, if you live in an area
this sound is annoying me. I'm going to move on. I got the point. Oh no, I need wood. I wish my old clan was still together. I think they would really enjoy this game, playing this game with each other. Lucky and Dog Giraffe and Big Junior, Daltaru, Patrick. I think they'd be really happy with this game, actually, especially if we got to play it together. It's fucking sad that we just couldn't keep that group together. I'm part of it. I'm too angry to be, like, fucked around, have my friendships just thrown away or whatever. I'm way too angry of a person. I'll just walk away. I don't care. I was very angry with Lucky for a long time. I was like, man, Lucky, you could have just, like, chilled out for a day, and I think we would have been fine. I think the group would have been fine. Lucky decided to disband it, and I really dislike that. I dislike that, but I don't dislike her. She's fine. Old politics from just my life, but it's my stream. I can talk about my life. It's my life. Like, that was a really, like, interesting time in my life, and I love those kids. And we would have had so much fun together, like the 5 or 6 of us just exploring this game and getting bigger and better and faster together. It would have been amazing. Okay, so let's go back. What else do I need to do here? I need to cancel stuff that isn't working. Like, I doubt that's gonna work. That flail, I don't care. I'll just crack it. I fucking don't care. I'll just take the money. Oh, sorry, I'll take the repairs. Now I'm in 98. Everything's so annoying. There are those. I want. Oh yeah, look, that's all kinds of money that I'm just not getting. I'm gonna break those, or I'm gonna get those off. Actually, I'm looking for quantities of stuff. Yeah, like that. That's stupid. I want to get anything bulk the fuck out of here. Yeah, this is all stupid. I'll just, well, that one I might actually post. I don't know. I think that one I kind of want to leave, and that one too. But this one I think I can get my money for. That'll be some money. Stuffed pork chops. Yeah, energized light meal. Wire fiber. Wire fiber will sell. Lowstone brick will sell. All this stuff will sell. I'll just I love this game. It's like my new game. I really love New World. I'm gonna just stay on it. I don't care. It's good the storm ended. Maybe the sound of the game is a little too low. The sound effects, it should be maybe at 40, maybe. No, oh yeah, I have points, but I had to deal with the house first. And oh, my shit's broken again. This hammer is so annoying. Yeah, what else? Yeah, these floors. I'm sure everything's good. This wood is so annoying, but I mean, like, it's not a fast game, and I'm playing it so lackadaisically. But it's got enough. It's just slow enough where it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter too much. What time is it? It's like 6:40, so in 20 minutes I can sleep. Bone. Well, I guess I can get it here. Oops. How was that sound? What was that sound? Ah. stuff there. What? I cannot move. God damn it, you stick me on this thing all the time. Aww. Oh, what the fuck was that? You fucking startled me. I thought something else was happening. I was like, whoa. Goddamn deer. This is so many arrows. What the hell was this? I like accidentally headshot this deer somehow perfectly. Oops, no, don't do that. I really feel like I'm on an alien planet and like what I do matters. It's kind of cool. Good immersion. God damn it. Hurry up, you. Stupid repair is so annoying. I like the torches. They really light up the room. It's fucking sweet. How's the feel in them? Very good. Long feel life. So we see the stick torches are a good thing to do. I could put them all around my house, I guess. That's something that I could do. Stick torches. Let's go look at crafting of torches. Torch. Oh, those points. Yeah, I still haven't spent my points. Let's go seal up for the night and sleep. Ooh, nice. Yep, excellent. Bed and deactivate. I am trying to get stuff in the. We'll put this down here. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Sticks. Okay, sticks. Okay, to repair the bows and the weapons and stuff, it requires bone and wood. And so I think I will carry some bone and wood with me because it's fucking annoying. Okay, let's go back to farming. I think I've got... Oh yeah, I've got like 11 free. That's probably enough. No, I can probably sell those. I don't think I'm gonna get much more than what I can already. Yeah, I can just fucking vendor those. Lowstone brick will sell. There's really no reason to wait. Platinum ore will sell. Listen to Jack Smith's unsealed court filing against Donald Trump.
The following is a reading of the recently unsealed court filing from Special Counsel Jack Smith's federal election case against Donald Trump.
Oh, wow.
Parts of the text have been edited for clarity and ease of listening.
Yeah, it's good.
The recording was produced using an artificial voice generator. In the
Thank
United
you,
States
the Bulwark,
District Court for the
content
District of
from the stream. I'd like to
Columbia,
sub to your channel.
United States of America versus Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, I want to go to the history, but I want to thank Hasanabi. Thank you, Hasanabi, for showing me the storm. Storm's fucked up, I admit. You know, and I admit it's fucked up. I'm so sorry that Florida is like getting fucking wrecked. I feel terrible. There's not much I can do. If I had any money and like, if they hadn't ruined my life with terrible court charges and fucking condemn me to poverty all my life from the lower class and all this shit, I would go and take what resources I'd have and go help these people. It's fucking annoying, but no, you know, I gotta be delegitimized by goddamn like fucking society, like in every single fucking way, with like one surviving family member, friends I don't see, and you know, and so I don't know, I'm just sort of like, ugh. You know, my lot in life was not such that I can go help other people. I have to help myself. It's fucking annoying. But the desire is there.
Versus Donald J. Trump, defendant, criminal number 23 CR 257 TSC. Government's motion for immunity determinations. The defendant asserts that he is immune from prosecution for his criminal scheme to overturn the 1920 presidential election because he claims it entailed official conduct. Not so. Although the defendant was the incumbent president during the charged conspiracies, his scheme was fundamentally a private one. Working with a team of private co-conspirators, the defendant acted as a candidate when he pursued multiple criminal means to disrupt, through fraud and deceit, the government function by which votes are collected and counted, a function in which the defendant, as president, had no official role. In Trump versus United States, the Supreme Court held that presidents are immune from prosecution for certain official conduct, including the defendant's use of the Justice Department in furtherance of his scheme, as was alleged in the original indictment, and remanded to this court to determine whether the remaining allegations against the defendant are immunized. The answer to that question is no. This motion provides a comprehensive account of the defendant's private criminal conduct, sets forth a legal framework created by Trump for resolving immunity claims, applies that framework to establish that none of the defendant's charged conduct is immunized because it either was unofficial or any presumptive immunity is rebutted.
I'm going to pause it. And I need to do my tech tree here, and I need to be able to think to do that. Cooling bandage, splint, and heat bandage, and suture kit. A basic medical kit for healing deep wounds. Suture kit modifier. So there's that, and then I also have solo point, I think. Oh yeah, talent's nice. Yeah. Rockstar, increased stone, increased inventory weight capacity. Yeah, please. Oh no, weight capacity is fine. But Rockstar reduces encumbrance penalty. Cool. And we have a solo talent point, which is like the best shit. Increased base move speed. Increase wood from felling. Increase wood, stone, and fiber yield. Decrease inventory weight capacity. I want to do that one. Inventory, oh no, weight capacity. 25% weight capacity, okay. Yeah, that's nice, but harder to detect when sneaking. Reduce damage from animals. Movement speed. Movement speed is really good. But so is increased wood from felling, maybe. I don't know. Pack horse, increase in weight, increase wood, stone, and fiber yield. That one kind of is a blanket all, whereas these are smaller bonuses. But these, yeah, this one is probably my next one, definitely. Okay. We will. Okay, pretty. Pick up, hold to talk torch. Okay, so... Yep. And we'll go... I don't know, I'll go, chop trees, I guess. Oh, am I hungry or thirsty? I should just get water since I'm here. Yeah, I might as well just cap up at the fire and deactivate until I'm ready to use it again. Cooked. Okay, so cooked meat. I'll take the stuff. Oh no, I don't want to consume a stack. Oh, that's the one. Oh, the one on top is going bad? Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. 110 FPS. I feel like I can make it look better, but I don't know what it would be. The hell was that sound? Ooh. You can like see every fish. It's actually awesome. Like the foliage is good, but like I don't know what I can do to improve like the display. Maybe I should just try to do the overall to like medium or like high. Let's just try the overall to high and see how it does. Run it again. Thank God it didn't delete my save. I played for 26 hours. I think this is the greatest single player RPG survival. I simply think this is the greatest single player survival RPG on the market as of writing. It's closest thing we have to Rust single player without running personal servers. Worth every cent. Open mode changed my life. Open world mode. Can live inside this game like Vintage Story or Rust. Daisy. All the classics. This is a classic. Public post review. Kicked from the game for being way too long. Oh, because I was logged into the auction house? You're fucking dumb. Oh my god. Whatever. It's dumb when you're doing the auction house. It doesn't move your character and it logs you out. It's so dumb. I was doing that much auction work. It's dumb.
And request the relief the government seeks, which is at bottom this: that the court determine that the defendant must stand trial for his private crimes as would any other citizen. This motion provides the framework for conducting the necessarily fact-bound immunity analysis required by the Supreme Court's remand order. It proceeds in 4 parts. Section 1 provides a detailed statement of the case that the government intends to prove at trial. This includes the conduct alleged in the superseding indictment, as well as other categories of evidence that the government intends to present in its case in chief. This detailed statement reflects the Supreme Court's ruling that presidential immunity contains an evidentiary component, which should be addressed at the outset of a proceeding. Section 2 sets forth the legal principles governing claims of presidential immunity. It explains that for each category of conduct that the Supreme Court has not yet addressed, this court should first determine whether it was official or unofficial by analyzing the relevant content, form, and context to determine whether the defendant was acting in his official capacity or instead in his capacity as a candidate for re-election. Where the defendant was acting as office seeker, not office holder, no immunity attaches. For any conduct deemed official, the court should next determine whether the presumption of immunity is rebutted, which requires the government to show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Section 3 then applies those legal principles to the defendant's conduct and establishes that nothing the government intends to present to the jury is protected by presidential immunity. Although the defendant's discussions with the vice president about their official responsibilities qualify as official, the government rebuts the presumption of immunity, and all of the defendant's remaining conduct was unofficial. As content, form, and context show, the defendant was acting in his capacity as a candidate for re-election, not in his capacity as president. In the alternative, if any of this conduct were deemed official, the government could rebut the presumption of immunity. Finally, Section 4 explains the relief sought by the government and specifies the findings the court should make in a single order, namely, that the defendant's conduct set forth in Section 1 is not immunized, and that as a result, the defendant must stand trial on the superseding indictment, and the government is not prohibited at trial from using evidence of the conduct described in Section 1. Section 1, factual proffer. When the defendant lost the 2020 presidential election, he resorted to crimes to try to stay in office. With private co-conspirators, the defendant launched a series of increasingly desperate plans to overturn the legitimate election results in 7 states that he had lost: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the targeted states. His efforts included lying to state officials in order to induce them to ignore true vote counts, manufacturing fraudulent electoral votes in the targeted states, attempting to enlist Vice President Michael R. Pence in his role as President of the Senate to obstruct Congress's certification of the election by using the defendant's fraudulent electoral votes, and when all else had failed, on January 6, 2021, directing an angry crowd of supporters to the United States Capitol to obstruct the congressional certification. The through line of these efforts was deceit. The defendants and co-conspirators knowingly false claims of election fraud. They used these lies in furtherance of 3 conspiracies. 1, a conspiracy to interfere with the federal government function by which the nation collects and counts election results, which is set forth in the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act, ECA. 2, a conspiracy to obstruct the official proceeding in which Congress certifies the legitimate results of the presidential election. And 3, a conspiracy against the rights of millions of Americans to vote and have their votes counted. At its core, the defendant's scheme was a private criminal effort. In his capacity as a candidate, the defendant used deceit to target every stage of the electoral process, which through the Constitution, ECA, and state laws, includes the state's notification to the federal government of the selection of their representative electors based on the popular vote in the state, the meeting of those electors to cast their votes consistent with the popular vote, and Congress's counting of the electors' votes at a certification proceeding. As set forth in detail below, the defendant worked with private co-conspirators, including private attorneys CC1, CC2, CC3, and CC5, and private political operatives CC6 and P1. The defendant also relied heavily on private agents, such as his campaign employees and volunteers, like campaign manager P2, deputy campaign manager P3, senior campaign advisor P4, and campaign operative P5. In this section, the government sets forth detailed facts supporting the charges against the defendant, before addressing in the next section why none of this conduct is subject to immunity under the Supreme Court's decision in Trump. The conduct set forth below includes the defendant's formation of the conspiracies leading up to and immediately following the 2020 presidential election. Certain information regarding his knowledge that there had not been outcome determinative fraud in the election, as he persistently claimed, and his increasingly desperate efforts to use knowingly false claims of election fraud to disrupt the electoral process. The government does not consider any of the following conduct to be subject to immunity for the reasons set forth in Section 3. A. Formation of the conspiracies. Although his multiple conspiracies began after Election Day in 2020, the defendant laid the groundwork for his crimes well before then. Leading into the election, the defendant's private and campaign advisors, including P6, then a private citizen, and P2, the defendant's campaign manager, informed him that it would be a close contest and that it was unlikely to be finalized on Election Day, in part because of the time needed to process large numbers of mail-in ballots prompted by the COVID-19 pandemic. They also told the defendant that the initial returns on election night might be misleading. That is, that he might take an early lead in the vote count that would diminish as mail-in ballots were counted because his own supporters favored in-person voting, while supporters of his opponent, Joseph R. Biden, favored mail-in ballots. Privately, the defendant told advisors, including P6 campaign personnel, P7, a White House staffer and campaign volunteer, and P8, the vice president's chief of staff, that in such a scenario, he would simply declare victory before all the ballots were counted and any winner was projected. Publicly, the defendant began to plant the seeds for that false declaration. In the months leading up to the election, he refused to say whether he would accept the election results, insisted that he could lose the election only because of fraud, falsely claimed that mail-in ballots were inherently fraudulent, and asserted that only votes counted by Election Day were valid. For instance, in an interview on July 19, 2020, when asked repeatedly if he would accept the results of the election, the defendant said he would have to see, and it depends. On July 30th, despite having voted by mail himself earlier that year, the defendant suggested that widespread mail-in voting provided cause for delaying the election, tweeting, "With universal mail-in voting, not absentee voting, which is good, 2020 will be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. It will be a great embarrassment to the USA. Delay the election until people can properly, securely, and safely vote." In an interview on August 2nd, the defendant claimed, without any basis, that there is no way you can go through a mail-in vote without massive cheating. At a campaign event in Wisconsin on August 17th, the defendant told his supporters,
See, that's a good way to
"The
make-
only way
make
we're going
an
to
ass.
lose this election is if the election is rigged. Remember that. It's the only way we're going to lose this election, so we have to be very careful." In his acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention on August 24th, the defendant said that the only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. On October 27th, during remarks regarding his campaign, the defendant said, "It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks, which is totally inappropriate, and I don't believe that that's by our laws. I don't believe that, so we'll see what happens." The defendant said this despite, or perhaps because, his private advisors had informed him that it was unlikely that the winner of the election would be declared on November 3rd. By October 2020, P1, a private political advisor who had worked for the defendant's 2016 presidential campaign, began to assist with the defendant's re-election effort. 3 days before Election Day, P1 described the defendant's plan to a private gathering of supporters. "And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. That doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner." After explaining that Biden's supporters favored voting by mail, P1 stated further, "And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner." Immediately following Election Day on November 3rd, the defendant did exactly that, as his private and campaign advisors had predicted to him. In certain states, the defendant took an early lead on Election Day that began to erode. At approximately 11:20 p.m., Fox News projected that Biden would prevail in the state of Arizona, and according to campaign advisor P4, he and the defendant were shocked and angry at this development. As Election Day turned to November 4th, the contest was too close to project a winner, and in discussions about what the defendant should say publicly regarding the election, senior advisors suggested that the defendant should show restraint while counting continued. Two private advisors, however, advocated a different course. CC1 and CC6 suggested that the defendant just declare victory, and at about 2:20 a.m., the defendant gave televised remarks to a crowd of his campaign supporters in which he falsely claimed, without evidence or specificity, that there had been fraud in the election and that he had won. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. In the immediate post-election period, while the defendant claimed fraud without proof, his private operatives sought to create chaos rather than seek clarity at polling places where states were continuing to tabulate votes. For example, on November 4th, P5, a campaign employee, agent, and co-conspirator of the defendant, tried to sow confusion when the ongoing vote count at the TCF Center in Detroit, Michigan, looked unfavorable for the defendant. There, when a colleague at the TCF Center told P5, "We think a batch of votes heavily in Biden's favor is right," P5 responded, "Find a reason it isn't. Give me options to file litigation, and even if it is SIC." When the colleague suggested that there was about to be unrest reminiscent of the Brooks Brothers riot, a violent effort to stop the vote count in Florida after the 2000 presidential election, P5 responded, "Make them riot and do it." The defendant's campaign operatives and suppliers used similar tactics at other tabulation centers, including in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the defendant sometimes used the resulting confrontations to falsely claim that his election observers were being denied proper access, thus serving as a predicate to the defendant's claim that fraud must have occurred in the observer's absence. Contrary to the defendant's public claims of victory immediately following Election Day, his advisors informed him that he would likely lose. On November 7th, in a private campaign meeting that included P2, P3, P4, and White House staffer P9, who came to serve as a conduit for information from the campaign to the defendant, campaign staff told the defendant that he had only a slim chance of prevailing in the election and that any potential success was contingent on the defendant winning all ongoing vote counts or litigation in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin. Within a week of that assessment, on November 13th, the defendant's campaign conceded its litigation in Arizona, meaning that based on his campaign advisor's previous assessment, the defendant had lost the election. That same day, in an implicit acknowledgement that he had no lawful way to prevail, the defendant sidelined the existing campaign staff responsible for mounting his legal election challenges. From P2, P3, and others who were telling the defendant the truth that he did not want to hear, that he had lost, the defendant turned to CC1, a private attorney who was willing to falsely claim victory and spread knowingly false claims of election fraud. As the defendant placed alternating phone calls to P3 and CC1 throughout November 13th and 25, P1 informed CC6, another private campaign advisor, of the change, writing, "Close hold, don't tell anyone Trump just fired P3 and put CC1 in charge. And you are to report to CC1 when CC6 asked if P2 was gone too. P1 replied that they all report to CC1 and that P1 had made a recommendation directly that if CC1 was not in charge, this thing is over. Trump is into the end." The next day, consistent with P1 description, the defendant announced his staff change by tweet, writing, "I look forward to CC1 spearheading the legal effort to defend our right to free and fair elections. CC1, P10, P11, CC3, and P12, a truly great team, added to our other wonderful lawyers and representatives." B, the defendant, knew that his claims of outcome determinative fraud were false. Following Election Day and throughout the charged conspiracies, the defendant, his co-conspirators, and their agents spread lies that there had been outcome determinative fraud in the election and that he had actually won. These lies included dozens of specific claims that there had been substantial fraud in certain states, such as that large numbers of dead, non-resident, non-citizen, or otherwise ineligible voters had cast ballots, or that voting machines had changed votes for the defendant to votes for Biden. And the defendant and co-conspirators continued to make these unsupported, objectively unreasonable, and ever-changing claims even after they had been publicly disproven or after advisors had directly informed the defendant that they were untrue. The evidence demonstrates that the defendant knew his fraud claims were false because he continued to make those claims even after his close advisors, acting not in an official capacity, but in a private or campaign-related capacity, told him they were not true. These advisors included P9, the White House staffer and campaign conduit, and Pence, the defendant's running mate. P9's relationship with the defendant began before P9 worked for him in the White House. P9 had known P13, the defendant's son-in-law, since P13 was a child, and through P13 met P14 and then the defendant. P9 was one of several attorneys who represented the defendant in his first impeachment trial in the Senate in 2019 and 2020, including presenting argument on the Senate floor on January 27, 2020. P9 began working in the White House as an assistant to the president in August 2020. In October 2020, P9 became interested in learning more about the defendant's campaign, and in early November 2020, after he began interfacing with campaign staff, P9 consulted with the White House counsel's office to ensure he complied with any applicable laws regarding campaign activity. Thereafter, and throughout the post-election period, P9 became a conduit of information from the campaign to the defendant, and over the course of the conspiracies, P9 told the defendant the unvarnished truth about his campaign legal team and the claims of fraud that they and the defendant were making. Examples of these instances include: Binet repeatedly gave the defendant his honest assessment that CC1 could not mount successful legal challenges to the election. For instance, when the defendant told P9 that he was going to put CC1 in charge of the campaign's legal efforts, but pay him only if he succeeded, P9 told the defendant he would never have to pay CC1 anything. In response, the defendant laughed and said, "We'll see." Thereafter, in Oval Office meetings with the defendant, CC1 and others, in which CC1 made speculative claims, P9 told CC1 in front of the defendant that CC1 would be unable to prove his allegations in a courtroom. In a separate private conversation, when P9 reiterated to the defendant that CC1 would be unable to prove his false fraud allegations in court, the defendant responded, "The details don't matter." In the post-election period, P9 also took on the role of updating the defendant on a near-daily basis on the campaign's unsuccessful efforts to support any fraud claims. P9 told the defendant that the campaign was looking into his fraud claims and had even hired external experts to do so, but could find no support for them. He told the defendant that if the campaign took these claims to court, they would get slaughtered because the claims are all bullshit. P9 was privy in real time to the findings of the two expert consulting firms the campaign retained to investigate fraud claims, C1 and C2, and discussed with the defendant their debunkings on all major claims. For example, P9 told the defendant that Georgia's audit disproved claims that C3 had altered votes. In the post-election time period, Pence, the defendant's own running mate, who he had directed to assess fraud allegations, told the defendant that he had seen no evidence of outcome, determinative fraud in the election. This was in one of the many conversations the defendant and Pence had as running mates, in which they discussed their shared electoral interests. Pence gradually and gently tried to convince the defendant to accept the lawful results of the election, even if it meant they lost. These conversations included a conversation on November 4 in which the defendant asked Pence to study up claims of voter fraud in states that they had won together in 2016 to determine whether they could bring legal challenges as candidates in those states. Pence described the conversation as follows: "Well, I think it was broadly. It was just look at all of it. Let me know what you think. But he told me that the campaign was going to fight, was going to go to court and make challenges. And then he just said, we're going to fight this and take a look at it. Let me know what you think." A call between the defendant and Pence on November 7th, the day that media organizations began to project Biden as the winner of the election. Pence tried to encourage the defendant as a friend, reminding him, You took a dying political party and gave it a new lease on life. A November 11th meeting among the defendant, Pence, campaign staff, and some White House staff, during which Pence asked when most of the lawsuits would be resolved. When does this come to a head? And the campaign staff responded the week after Thanksgiving. A November 12th meeting among the defendant, Pence, campaign staff, and some White House staff, during which, Pence recalls, the campaign lawyers gave a sober and somewhat pessimistic report on the state of election challenges. A private lunch on November 12th, in which Pence reiterated a face-saving option for the defendant. Don't concede, but recognize process is over. A private lunch on November 16th, in which Pence tried to encourage the defendant to accept the results of the election and run again in 2024, to which the defendant responded, I don't know. 2024 is so far off. A November 20th phone call, in which the defendant told Pence that the defendant's private attorney, P76, was not optimistic about the election challenges. A December 21st private lunch in which Pence encouraged the defendant not to look at the election as a loss, just an intermission. This was followed later in the day by a private discussion in the Oval Office in which the defendant asked Pence, what do you think we should do? Pence said, after we have exhausted every legal process in the courts and Congress, if we still came up short, the defendant should take a bow. Discussions in which Pence apprised the defendant of conversations he had had with governors in Arizona and Georgia in the context of election challenges, in which Pence had called the governors simply to gather information and share it with the president, and in which the governors did not report evidence of fraud in the elections in their states and explained that they could not take actions to convene their states' legislatures. But the defendant disregarded P9 and Pence in the same way that he disregarded dozens of court decisions that unanimously rejected his and his allies' legal claims, and that he disregarded officials in the targeted states, including those in his own party, who stated publicly that he had lost and that his specific fraud allegations were false. Election officials, for instance, issued press releases and other public statements to combat the disinformation that the defendant and allies were spreading. At one point, long after the defendant had begun spreading false fraud claims, P15, a White House staffer traveling with the defendant, overheard him tell family members that it doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you still have to fight like hell. The defendant and his co-conspirators also demonstrated their deliberate disregard for the truth, and thus their knowledge of falsity, when they repeatedly changed the numbers in their baseless fraud allegations from day to day. At trial, the government will introduce several instances of this pattern, in which the defendant and conspirators' lies were proved by the fact that they made up figures from whole cloth. One example concerns the defendant and conspirators' claims about non-citizen voters in Arizona. The conspirators started with the allegation that 36,000 non-citizens voted in Arizona. 5 days later, it was beyond credulity that a few 100,000 didn't vote. 3 weeks later, the bare minimum was 40 or 50,000. The reality is about 250,000. Days after that, the assertion was 32,000. And ultimately, the conspirators landed back where they started at 36,000, a false figure that they never verified or corroborated. Ultimately, the defendant's steady stream of disinformation in the post-election period culminated in the speech he gave at a privately funded, privately organized rally at the Ellipse on the morning of January 6, 2021, in advance of the official proceeding in which Congress was to certify the election in favor of Biden. In his speech, the defendant repeated the same lies about election fraud in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin that had been publicly or directly debunked. The defendant used these lies to inflame and motivate the large and angry crowd of his supporters to march to the Capitol and disrupt the certification proceeding. See, the defendant aimed deceit at the targeted states to alter their ascertainment and appointment of electors. Shortly after Election Day, the defendant began to target the electoral process at the state level by attempting to deceive state officials and to prevent or overturn the legitimate ascertainment and appointment of Biden's electors. As president, the defendant had no official responsibilities related to the state's administration of the election or the appointment of their electors, and instead contacted state officials in his capacity as a candidate. Tellingly, the defendant contacted only state officials who were in his political party and were his political supporters, and only in states he had lost. The defendant's attempts to use deceit to target the state's electoral process played out in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as well as across these and other states that use certain voting machines. In addition to the following evidence of the defendant's conduct during the charged conspiracies, at trial, the government will elicit testimony from election officials from the targeted states to establish the objective falsity and often impossibility of the defendant's fraud claims. Notably, although these election officials would have been the best sources of information to determine whether there was any merit to specific allegations of election fraud in their states, the defendant never contacted any of them to ask. 1. Arizona. The defendant was on notice that there was no evidence of widespread election fraud in Arizona within a week of the election. On November 9th, for instance, 2 days after news networks projected that Biden had won, the defendant called Arizona Governor P16 to ask him what was happening at the state level with the presidential vote count in Arizona. At that point, though Fox News had projected that Biden had won the state, several other news outlets, including ABC, NBC, CNN, and the New York Times, had not yet made a projection. P16 walked the defendant through the margins and the votes remaining to be counted, which were primarily from Pima County, which favored Biden, and Maricopa County, which was split. P16 described the situation to the defendant as the 9th inning, 2 outs, and the defendant was several runs down. The defendant also raised claims of election fraud, and P16 asked the defendant to send him supporting evidence. Although the defendant said he would, stating, "We're packaging it up," he never did. Shortly thereafter, on November 13th, campaign manager P2 told the defendant directly that a false fraud claim that had been circulating, that a substantial number of non-citizens had voted in Arizona, was false. The same day, as noted previously, campaign attorneys conceded in court that the remaining election lawsuit in Arizona was moot. The defendant and CC1 continued to try to influence P16. For example, CC1 tried to contact P16 on November 22nd, the same day the defendant and CC1 reached out to the Arizona Speaker of the House, as described below. And on November 30th, the day P16 signed the Arizona Certificate of Ascertainment, formally declaring Biden's electors as the legitimate electors for Arizona, P16 received a call from the defendant and Pence. P16 advised them that Arizona had certified the election. When the defendant brought up fraud claims, P16, eager to see the evidence, again asked the defendant to provide it, but the defendant never did. Instead, later that evening and into the following morning, the defendant repeatedly publicly attacked P16 as well as Georgia Governor P17 on Twitter, retweeting posts by others such as, "Who needs Democrats when you have Republicans like P17 and P16? Watching the Arizona hearings and then watching Gov P16 sign those papers? Why bother voting for Republicans if what you get is P16 and P17? P17, my state ran the most corrupt election in American history. Hold my beer." And why is P16 still pretending he's a member of the Republican Party after he just certified fraudulent election results in Arizona that disenfranchised millions of Republicans? The defendant and co-conspirators also attempted to use false fraud claims to convince political allies in the Arizona state legislature to ignore the popular vote and appoint illegitimate electors. On November 22nd, the defendant and CC1 called P18 the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives. CC1 did most of the talking. During the call, the defendant and CC1 levied multiple false fraud claims, including of non-citizen, non-resident, and dead voters that affected the defendant's race, and asked P18 to use them as a basis to call the state legislature into session to replace Arizona's legitimate electors with illegitimate ones for the defendant. When P18 voiced his deep skepticism, CC1 said, "Well, you know, we're all kind of Republicans, and we need to be working together." P18 refused and asked CC1 to provide evidence supporting his fraud claims. CC1 never did. Indeed, CC1 met with P18 in person approximately a week later and still had nothing to back up his claims. On November 30th, CC1P12 and others arrived in Arizona for a hotel hearing, an unofficial meeting with Republican legislators, during which they promoted false fraud allegations. In a meeting the day after the hearing, when state legislators pressed CC1 and P12 for evidence to support their claims, CC1 conceded that even on that late date, "We don't have the evidence, but we have lots of theories." When the legislators were frustrated that CC1 had no support for his claims and asked him tough questions, CC1 expressed surprise at the way he was being treated, stating, "Man, I thought we were all Republicans." This is a little more hostile reception. I'm amazed at the reception I'm getting here. On December 4th, P18 released a public statement in which he explained that he did not have the authority to use the legislature to reverse the results of the election, and that doing so would constitute an attempt to nullify the people's vote based on unsupported theories of fraud. P18 made clear that he was disappointed with the legitimate election results because he voted for President Trump and worked hard to re-elect him, but would not violate current law to change the outcome of a certified election. On Twitter, P19, a campaign staffer who worked with CC6, attacked P18 for his statement, writing that P18 is intentionally misleading the people of Arizona to avoid the inevitable. The defendant retweeted P19's false post and praised her. A month later, just 2 days before January 6th, CC2, another of the defendant's private attorneys and a co-conspirator, called P18 and P18's counsel, P20, and urged P18 one last time to use the legislature to decertify Arizona's legitimate electors and overturn the valid election results. When P18 told CC2 that there was no evidence of substantial fraud in Arizona and that he could not legally call the legislature into session, CC2 was undeterred. He conceded that he didn't know enough about the facts on the ground regarding fraud in Arizona, and said that P18 should nonetheless falsely claim that he had the authority to convene the legislature and let the courts sort it out. P18 again refused. In the post-election period, P18 was harassed. On several occasions, individuals gathered outside P18's home with bullhorns and screamed and honked their vehicle horns to create noise. Once, an individual in visible possession of a pistol and wearing a t-shirt in support of a militia group came onto P18's property and screamed at him. At the time of these events, P18's daughter was at home and was very ill, and the noise caused her disruption and angst. 2. Georgia. The defendant had early noticed that his claims of election fraud in Georgia were false. Around mid-November, campaign advisor P4 told the defendant that his claim that a large number of dead people had voted in Georgia was false. The defendant continued to press the claim anyway, including in a press appearance on November 29th, when he suggested that a large enough number of dead voters had cast ballots to change the outcome of the election in Georgia. 4 days later, on December 3rd, CC1 orchestrated a presentation to a judiciary subcommittee of the Georgia State Senate. In the morning in advance of it, CC1 had spoken to the defendant on the phone for almost 20 minutes. And at the hearing, CC1 arranged for co-conspirators and agents to repeat the false dead voter claim. The claim was so patently false that everyone around the defendant knew it. During the hearing, Chief of Staff P21 and P9 exchanged text messages on their personal phones, confirming that a campaign attorney, P22, had verified that CC1 claim of more than 10,000 dead voters was false, and that the actual number was around 12 and could not be outcome determinative. During the subcommittee hearing, the conspirators also set in motion a sensational and dangerous lie about election workers at State Farm Arena that would result in the defendant's supporters harassing and threatening those workers. First, one of the defendant's private attorneys claimed that more than 10,000 dead people had voted in Georgia. Next, P24, an agent of the defendant, played misleading excerpts of closed-circuit camera footage from State Farm Arena and insinuated that it showed election workers committing misconduct, counting suitcases of illegal ballots. Lastly, based on the false fraud allegations, CC2, who had already been engaged as a private lawyer for the defendant but did not disclose that at the hearing, encouraged the Georgia legislators to decertify the state's legitimate electors. While the heating was ongoing, the defendant simultaneously amplified the misinformation about the State Farm Arena election workers, falsely tweeting, "Wow, blockbuster testimony taking place right now in Georgia. Ballot stuffing by Dems when Republicans were forced to leave the large counting room." Plenty more coming, but this alone leads to an easy win of the state. He did this just after retweeting 2 of his campaign account's tweets that promoted the false claim about election workers at State Farm Arena. Over the next week, the claim of misconduct at State Farm Arena was disproven publicly as well as directly to the defendant. The day after the hearing, P25, the chief operating officer of the Georgia Secretary of State's office, posted a tweet explaining that Secretary of State officers had watched the video in its entirety and confirmed that it showed normal ballot processing. P25 again forcefully debunked the conspirators' claim about the State Farm video in a press conference on December 7th, explaining at length the election workers' innocent conduct depicted in the closed-circuit camera footage and stating, "And what's really frustrating is the president's attorneys had this same videotape. They saw the exact same things the rest of us could see, and they chose to mislead state senators and the public about what was on that video. I'm quite sure that they will not characterize the video if they try to enter it into evidence, because that's the kind of thing that could lead to sanctions because it is obviously untrue. They knew it was untrue, and they continue to do things like this." On December 8th, the defendant called Georgia Attorney General P26. P26 had advance notice that the topic of the call was Texas versus Pennsylvania, an election lawsuit in which Texas was suing other states, including Georgia, to attempt to prevent the certification of the election. U.S. Senator P27 told P26 that the defendant had heard that P26 was whipping, or lobbying, other state attorneys general against filing amicus briefs in support of Texas. P26 was not lobbying against the suit and told P27 so. P27 asked P26 if he would speak with the defendant about it, and P26 agreed. Shortly thereafter, the defendant called P26 and immediately raised Texas versus Pennsylvania, saying, "I hope you're not talking to your AGs and encouraging them not to get on the lawsuit." P26 told the defendant that he was not affirmatively calling other state attorneys general, but that if they called him, he was telling them what he was seeing in his state, which was something that the defendant probably did not want to hear. P26 was just not seeing evidence of fraud in Georgia. The defendant nonetheless raised various fraud claims. P26 told him that state authorities had investigated the State Farm Arena allegations and found no wrongdoing, and that he thought another claim the defendant raised about Coffee County, Georgia, had been similarly resolved but would check. The defendant asked P26 to look at them again, because we're running out of time. P26 tried to steer the call to an end by thanking the defendant and telling him that he had voted for him twice and appreciated the defendant, to which the defendant responded, "Yeah, I did a hell of a job, didn't I?" At one point, the defendant raised with P26 the impending runoff election for Georgia's U.S. Senate seats and how important it was to re-elect P27 and P28. The day after the call, the defendant, in his private capacity as a candidate for president, intervened in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. His attorney for that matter was CC2. On the same day as the defendant's call with P26, the defendant's campaign staff acknowledged that the State Farm Arena claim was unsupported, emailing one another about the fact that television networks may decline to run campaign advertisements promoting it. In frustration regarding the claim and others like it, P4, who spoke with the defendant on a daily basis and had informed him on multiple occasions that various fraud claims were false, wrote, "When our research and campaign legal team can't back up any of the claims made by our elite strike force legal team, you can see why we're 032 on our cases. I'll obviously hustle to help on all fronts, but it's tough to own any of this when it's all just conspiracy shit beamed down from the mothership." On December 10th, however, CC1 further perpetuated the false State Farm Arena claim when he appeared at another hearing, this one before the Georgia House of Representatives Government Affairs Committee. During it, he displayed some of the same footage as had been used in the December 3rd hearing that had been debunked in the interim by Georgia officials, and nonetheless claimed that it showed voter fraud right in front of people's eyes. He then named 2 election workers, a P29 and her mother, P30, and baselessly accused them of, quite obviously surreptitiously, passing around USB ports as if they are vials of heroin or cocaine, and suggested that they were criminals whose places of work, their homes, should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud. As these false claims about P30 and P29 spread, the women were barraged by racist death threats. In the years since, they have spoken about the effect of the defendant and co-conspirators' lies about them. As P30 explained in an interview with congressional investigators, when someone as powerful as the President of the United States eggs on a mob, that mob will come. They came for us with their cruelty, their threats, their racism, and their hats. They haven't stopped even today. Indeed, to this day, the defendant has never stopped falsely attacking P30 and P29. Although none of the false claims against them were ever corroborated, the defendant has continued to levy them on social media, including when the defendant attacked P30 in January 2023, just after her testimony to congressional investigators was made public. Throughout the post-election period, the defendant used Twitter to publicly attack Georgia Governor P17 with particular aggression. In the 35 days between November 30th, 2020 and January 3rd, 2021, the defendant tweeted critically about 17 by name or title, more than 40 times. These tweets included the ones also attacking 66 described above, as well as others particular to P17, like, why won't Governor P17, the hapless governor of Georgia, use his emergency powers, which can be easily done, to overrule his obstinate Secretary of State and do a match of signatures on envelopes? It will be a gold mine of fraud, and we will easily win the state. I will easily and quickly win Georgia if Governor P17 or the Secretary of State permit a simple signature verification. Has not been done and will show large-scale discrepancies. Why are these two Republicans saying no? If we win Georgia, everything else falls in place. The Republican governor of Georgia refuses to do signature verification, which would give us an easy win. What's wrong with this guy? What is he hiding? And how does Governor P17 allow certification of votes without verifying signatures, and despite the recently released tape of ballots being stuffed? His poll numbers have dropped like a rock. He is finished as governor. In the post-election period, the defendant also made false claims in court about fraud in Georgia unsuccessfully. For example, in Trump v. Kemp, a federal lawsuit in which the defendant sued Georgia's governor and Secretary of State, the defendant signed a verification of fraud allegations that he and his attorney on the case, CC2, knew was inaccurate. P9 spoke with the defendant and CC2 in late December regarding the proposed verification. First, he told CC2 and another private attorney, P31, that they could not have the defendant sign it because they could not verify any of the facts. And P9 told the defendant that any lawyer that signed the complaint that the verification supported would get disbarred. CC2 acknowledged this problem in an email on December 31st to P32, lead counsel for the defendant as candidate in Trump v. Kemp, and another private attorney, writing that in the time since the defendant signed a previous verification in the case, he had been made aware that some of the allegations and evidence proffered by the experts has been inaccurate, and that signing a new affirmation with that knowledge and incorporation by reference would not be accurate. Nonetheless, on December 31st, the defendant signed the verification and CC2 caused it to be filed. On January the 2nd, Georgia Secretary of State P33 appeared on Fox News and said that various rumors of election fraud were false and the defendant had lost in Georgia. Our office has been very busy with what I call the rumor whack-a-mole. Every day, a rumor will pop up and then we whack it down. What we do is we basically whack it down with the truth. And people can't handle the truth sometimes because they're very disappointed in the results. And I get that. I voted for President Trump also, but at the end of the day, we did everything we could. We did an audit of the race. President Trump still lost. Then we did a full recount. President Trump still lost. We had a safe, secure process. P33, like P17, had been on the receiving end of the defendant's tweets. These included, why isn't the GA Secretary of State P33, a so-called Republican, allowing us to look at signatures on envelopes for verification, we will find tens of thousands of fraudulent and illegal votes. Rhinos P17, P34, and Secretary of State P33 will be solely responsible for the potential loss of our two great senators from Georgia, P27 and P28.
These are all defendants,
Won't
by the
call a
way.
special session or check for signature verification. People are angry. And Georgia, where is signature verification?
I'm dying. Go keep running. I don't have autopilot.
Autopilot engaged.
106 jumps. 88 jumps.
Warping to Stargate.
That's okay with me.
Warp drive active.
Even if it takes all day, I have no investment.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Earth crag.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp
Mission
drive
approval.
active.
What do you have to lose? Must move quickly. P17, P34. Shortly after seeing the interview, the defendant set up a call with P33 to discuss his pending private lawsuit, Trump v. Kemp, in which P33 was a named defendant. For this reason, P33 at first hoped to avoid speaking with the defendant, but ultimately acquiesced because the defendant was persistent in seeking to set it up. Also because of the pending lawsuit, P33 arranged for his general counsel, P35, to participate. Joining the defendant on the call were Chief of Staff P21 and 3 private attorneys, P32 and P36, counsel of record in Trump 5,
jumping.
Kemp and the attorneys whom CC2 had emailed about the defendant's false verification, and P31, whom P21 introduced on the call as someone who is not the attorney of record but has been involved. The defendant began the call with an animated monologue in which he argued that he had won the election in Georgia, saying, okay, thank you very much. Hello, P33 and P35 and everybody. We appreciate the time in the call. So we've spent a lot of time on this, and if we could just go over some of the numbers, I think it's pretty clear that we won. We won very substantially, Georgia. Throughout the call, the defendant continued to state that he had won and referenced Biden's margin of victory that he needed to overcome to prevail in the state, including by asserting that I just want to find 1,180 votes. He did not reference other elections on the same ballot. After the defendant's opening salvo, P33 stated, well, I listened to what the president has just said.
Autopilot
President
jumping.
Trump, we've had several lawsuits, and we've had to respond in court to the lawsuits and the contentions. We don't agree that you have won. The defendant raised multiple false claims of election fraud, each of which P33 refuted in turn. When the defendant attacked P3 called her a professional voter scammer and hustler. and mentioned her dozens of times throughout the call, P33 said, "You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that C.E. Weinstein or his people, they sliced and diced that video and took it out of context." He then offered the defendant a link to a video disproving the claim, to which the defendant responded, "I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link." When the defendant claimed that 5,000 dead people had voted in Georgia, P33 said, "Well, Mr. President, the challenge you have is the data you have is wrong. The actual number were two people that were dead that voted, and so that's wrong. That was two." When the defendant claimed that thousands of out-of-state voters had cast ballots, P33's counsel, P35, responded, "We've been going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got that Ms. P31 was just saying, they're not accurate." At one point, the defendant became frustrated after both P33 and P35 explained repeatedly that his claims had been investigated and were not true, and stated, "And you're going to define that they are," which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal, that's a criminal offense. And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to P35, your lawyer. That's a big risk. The call ended with P35 stating that he would coordinate with the lawyer representing P33's office in the private lawsuit and get together with P32, as agreed earlier in the call. The day after the call on January 3rd, the defendant falsely tweeted, "I spoke to Secretary of State P33 yesterday about Fulton County and voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue." P33 promptly responded in a tweet of his own, "Respectfully, President Trump, what you're saying is not true. The truth will come out." 3. Michigan. On November 20th, 3 days before Michigan's governor signed a certificate of ascertainment appointing Biden's electors based on the popular vote, the defendant met with P37 and P38, Michigan's Senate Majority Leader and Speaker of the House, at the Oval Office. The defendant initiated the meeting by asking RNC Chairwoman P39 to reach out to P38 and gauge his receptivity to a meeting. The defendant also asked P39 to participate in the meeting, but P39 told him that she had consulted with her attorney and that she could not be involved in a meeting with legislators because it could be perceived as lobbying. After P39 made the first contact on November 18th, the defendant reached out to P37 and P38 to extend an invitation, the same day that he contacted P37 and P38. The defendant issued a false tweet. "In Detroit, there are far more votes than people. Nothing can be done to cure that giant scam. I win Michigan." When the defendant called P37 and P38 to invite them to the White House, he did not provide the topic of the meeting, but he did ask about allegations of fraud in the election in Michigan. The legislators told him that they in the Michigan legislature were examining the allegations. Both P37 and P38 assumed that the defendant wanted to see them to discuss claims of election fraud, and they wanted to be firm that they had not seen evidence that would change the outcome of the election. For this reason, and to avoid talking only about election fraud, they prepared materials to raise regarding COVID-19 and planned in advance to release a statement once the meeting was over that said that the legislators were unaware of information that would change the outcome of the election. Over the course of the meeting, the defendant dialed in both P39, despite her request not to participate, and CC1. P21 was present for some, but not all, of the meeting. After some small talk with the legislators in the Oval Office, the defendant raised various fraud claims, including that he had lost Michigan because of fraud or misconduct in Wayne County, where Detroit is located. P37 corrected the defendant and told him that he had lost primarily because in 2 routinely Republican counties, the defendant had underperformed with educated females, and if he had received the same number of votes there as the 2 winning local sheriffs, he likely would have won Michigan. P37 could tell by the defendant's body language that he was not happy to hear P37's assessment. Notably, the defendant only raised fraud
Oh, I lost
claims
the
to the
boss?
extent that they affected the outcome in his own race, not those for other offices in Michigan. CC1's participation came after the legislators assured the defendant that they were looking into fraud claims. The defendant dialed CC1 into the meeting and said, "CC1, tell them what's going on." CC1 then launched into a fraud monologue. Finally, P37 interrupted and asked, "So when are you going to file a lawsuit in Michigan?" A question that CC1 ignored and did not answer. Immediately after the meeting, P37 and P38 released a public statement in which they stated that they had not yet been made aware of any information that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan. On November 21st, the defendant acknowledged P37 and P38's statement when he tweeted, "This is true, but much different than reported by the media," and implicitly conceded that he had not provided evidence of fraud, yet when he added, "We will show massive and unprecedented fraud." Days later, the defendant's campaign declined to request a statewide recount in Michigan, for which it would have had to pay unless the recount succeeded in changing the outcome of the election. Despite failing to establish any valid fraud claims, CC1 followed up with P37 and P38 and attempted to pressure them to use the Michigan legislature to overturn the valid election results. On December 4th, CC1 sent a message to P38 claiming that Georgia was poised to do so, based on CC1 and CC2's false advocacy there in the December 3rd hearing, and asked P38 for help. Looks like Georgia may well hold some factual hearings and change the certification under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the Constitution. As CC2 explained, they don't just have the right to do it, but the obligation. Help me get this done in Michigan. On December 7th, CC1 attempted to send P37 a message, though failed because he typed the wrong number into his phone. "So I need you to pass a joint resolution from the Michigan legislature that states that the election is in dispute, there's an ongoing investigation by the legislature, and the electors sent by Governor Whitmer are not the official electors of the state of Michigan and do not fall within the safe harbor deadline of Decade under Michigan law."
Wow.
Campaign operative P5 was involved in the drafting of this message with the assistance of P41, who was associated with the defendant's campaign efforts in Michigan. The following day, CC1 shared the draft with the defendant, sending it to his executive assistant, P42, by email. These efforts failed. On December 14, the day that duly appointed electors across the country met and cast their electoral votes, P37 and P38 issued public statements confirming that the defendant had lost Michigan and the legislators still had not received evidence of outcome determinative fraud in their state. P37's public statement included, "We have not received evidence of fraud on a scale that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan." P38 stated in part, "We've diligently examined these reports of fraud to the best of our ability. I fought hard for President Trump. Nobody wanted him to win more than me. I think he's done an incredible job. But I love our republic too. I can't fathom risking our norms, traditions, and institutions to pass a resolution retroactively changing the electors for Trump, simply because some think there may have been enough widespread fraud to give him the win. That's unprecedented for good reason, and that's why there is not enough support in the House to cast a new slate of electors. I fear we'd lose our country forever. This truly would bring mutually assured destruction for every future election in regards to the Electoral College. And I can't stand for that. I won't." On January 3rd, the defendant's campaign publicly posted P37's phone number and attempted to post P38, but erred by one digit, in a tweet urging, "Contact Speaker P38 and Senate Majority Leader P37. P37 received 4,000 text messages in 2 hours, forcing him to get a new phone number." For Nevada. On November 17th, in Law v. Whitmer, agents of the defendant in Nevada filed suit, claiming
4,000
substantial
text messages
irregularities,
in an hour
improprieties, and
must have
fraud
been a number.
in the presidential election, including based on machines used in ballot signature matching and votes by non-resident and dead voters. The defendant approved a press conference by his surrogates announcing the suit. On November 19th, the RNC chief counsel sent an email to P44, an RNC spokesperson, warning about inaccuracies in the suit. "Just FYI that I don't believe the claims in the contest regarding dead voters, those voting from out of state, etc., are substantiated. We are working with the campaign on a data matching project, and those numbers are going to be a lot lower than what the NV people have come up with. They are also targeting our military voters. To be frank, the contest has little chance of succeeding.
I'm sorry, I'm going to pause it, and I'm going to get something to eat. Has this been like 9 hours or something like that? I don't know how long it's been, but and I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, I want to log this game though before I do this because I don't want this time to pass. So actually, there's something I want to do before I get up. I want you to log. Yeah, log. Quit. No, return to character select. And then. Okay, then, yeah. And here we have an asset delivery from Elanaya. It's a Diplo shuttle. I guess I'll take it. Oh no, I guess I can just leave these here. There's a whole bunch of shuttles here. Is there items here? No. Okay, well that solved that. We're gonna go right the fuck back out. My investment right now is 30,000 ISKs, so it's not very much.
Autopilot engaged.
Okay, I'm gonna let this spin while I make a sandwich or something. I'll be right back.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Let's see, I need...
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Well, this is entertaining. I don't think it's very trackable. I'm going to change it.
Autopilot jumping.
See if there's something entertaining to see. Mexico City gentrification by Channel 5.
Hola, hablas
Andrew Callahan, thank you, Channel 5, for the extra content for my stream. And 5 is the best number. Don't fuck with custers.
Español. Hola, ¿hablan español? No speak Spanish?
No.
Where are you from?
What's that?
¿De dónde eres?
A couple streets over.
You living here in Mexico?
Yeah. I love Mexico. I don't like the United States.
Okay.
It's much calmer than New York. It's still very natural.
I've had a little bit of Mexican always in my family, but not by blood. But now I basically do internet marketing, remote work, things like that.
The Mexican capital is now considered one of the top 5 cities in the world for remote workers.
Nothing is stopping me from working remotely as long as I'm not earning wages here in Mexico.
Yeah. What would you do if you had that opportunity? You know, I grew up in the States. My family's only been there for 1 or 2 generations also. So, you know, obviously I'm from there, but I feel more comfortable here, to be honest.
This country is more chill. In Russia, everybody is on the rush. Everybody is running. Here, it's more chill.
Okay. Thanks, bro.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you, eh?
Thank you. Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Yo, aquí Josué para Channel 5, Canal 5 Latinoamérica. The gentrification in Ciudad de México is a big problem. ¿Qué opina de la gentrificación en México?
Terrible, nos está disparando las rentas de una manera inalcanzable. Ya no vamos a poder pagar renta en la Roma. De 12,000 se fueron a 25,000 pesos. Sí lo están sufriendo mucho.
What do you think about the prices in this zone?
The prices here, pretty comparable to Seattle prices. Yeah, muy caro.
Rent in Seattle is back on the rise. Average rent still more than $2,100 a month for a 700 square foot apartment.
You tasted some tacos?
Sí, sí.
¿Pica o no pica?
Pica, sí.
¿Mucho o no?
En medio, sí.
¿En medio?
Sí.
Thanks.
Habanero, sí. Gracias.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
As some of you may have seen, much of our previous coverage has focused on the issues along the U.S.-Mexico border, particularly surrounding undocumented migrants coming from developing nations in Latin America who've crossed our border
And a good thing, too. America's ignorant of Mexico. Stupid.
illegally in search of economic opportunity in the States. Many Americans have complained that this mass influx of migrants is taking away job opportunities from working class Americans, lowering the bottom line for coal miners and veterans, flooding the streets with crime and violence, and leading to a canine genocide of epic proportions.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the pets.
But what if I told you there's a reverse border crisis going on? That's right. Rent and cost of living in Mexico's largest city has doubled and now tripled as a result of Americans. This all really began after the COVID pandemic of 2020, during which tens of millions of Americans working in the tech sector switched to a work-from-home model and no longer had to report to the office in cities like San Francisco and Seattle, where tech companies like Uber, Twitter, Facebook, Microsoft, and beyond are headquartered. So where'd they go? The answer is simple. They went somewhere where their paycheck stretches a lot further. Some chose cities like Austin, Texas, and Nashville, Tennessee, but 800,000 Americans have moved to the country of Mexico in the past 4 years, and almost nowhere is their presence felt more than in Mexico's capital.
You see graffiti like this that says "Fuera Gringo," which means "Get out, Gringo."
Much like the current situation at our border, if done right, this wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, tourism accounts for 17% of Mexico's GDP, much like immigrant labor, documented.
Jeez, he came on strong. He always hits hard, right to the fucking face. He just socks you in the face every time you hit the video. I love him.
or undocumented, accounts for 19% of the American workforce. But this rapid, mass influx of what are called digital nomads to Mexico City has overwhelmed the housing market there to such a degree that native-born Mexicans cannot feasibly live there on a standard salary.
Look past the charming cafes, flashy apartments, and you'll see this capital city for what it's becoming, a refuge for migrants.
I grew up in New York, LA,
Atlanta, Georgia.
Perhaps not the border crossing you expected. Americans leaving pricey U.S. cities, heading south to work from home.
In this episode, our Latin American correspondent, Josue, will investigate the ongoing situation in Mexico City through the perspectives of locals, Americans, other foreigners, and local activists doing their best to bring awareness to the problem.
Perfecto. Ya estamos aquí con Fernando Bustos, quien es profesor de filosofía, entre otras cosas. Primero, antes que nada, me gustaría que en palabras más coloquiales me pudieras explicar lo que es la gentrificación para la gente que no está acostumbrada a este término.
Por ponerlo en términos bastante fáciles, la gentrificación es un fenómeno en el cual gente que tiene como mayor poder adquisitivo llega a vivir a determinadas zonas y comienza entonces a cambiar la forma de vida que tenía esa colonia, esa ciudad, esa calle, y al mismo tiempo, justo porque tienen mayor poder adquisitivo y tienen como otro tipo de gustos y demás, comienzan a abrir entonces, no sé, como panaderías francesas, lugar que sea como un poquito como más bonito, por así decirlo, como Estados Unidos, Europa, cosas por el estilo, y esto al mismo tiempo entonces comienza a hacer que cierren tiendas y que la gente que ya vivía ahí se comience a ir a otros lugares porque se encarecen los precios.
Activists say the formula is simple. As Mexico has sought to attract remote workers with higher purchasing power, it's created more inequality for Mexicans.
O sea, por ejemplo, hoy en día, por poner un ejemplo sencillo, hoy en día puedes ir, no sé, a clases, que aquí hay muchas de lugares de clases de yoga, y ahora las clases las dan a veces en inglés, ¿no? Es decir, con que haya una persona que hable inglés y si el resto hablan español, de pronto las clases te las dan en inglés. Entonces también en muchos restaurantes, en muchas cafeterías, ahora las cartas también están más que nada en inglés o tienen los anuncios afuera en inglés. Vivo aquí en México, no tendría necesidad a final de cuentas de saber hablar inglés. Cuando yo voy a Estados Unidos o al país que sea, Francia, Japón, pues yo no voy esperando que den una clase en mi idioma solamente porque estoy yo, ¿no? Es decir, yo trato de adaptarme un poco al lugar a donde voy. Si voy a Estados Unidos, lo más fácil, pues intento saber un poquito de inglés para poder entrar a esa clase, ¿no?
Do you speak Spanish?
Sí.
Your favorite words in Spanish? Favorite words?
Mis palabras favoritos. Echar para atrás y no mames. Sí.
Okay. Bad words. Okay. Nice.
No sé, incluso siento que se pierde también como un poco de sentido de comunidad, ¿no? Y de pronto todos los días eran gringos y gringos y gringos diferentes, que yo siempre sentirme como un extranjero en mi mismo país, en mi misma colonia.
Let's pause for a moment and talk about
white people are doing to Mexico what Mexico did to white people, to America. It's hilarious.
Gentrification. It's a polarizing buzzword that often divides people into two camps. On one side, you have people who see it as a great across-the-board thing. The neighborhood gets cleaned up, crime goes down, and home values rise.
For millions of people my age, that is a dream.
Then on the other side, you have those who view it as a form of colonization and cultural erasure.
Gentrification is genocide.
But it's important to understand that gentrification doesn't begin maliciously. Let's use the US as an example. Hipsterism, as we know it today, began in New York City in the early 2000s. The first hipsters were suburban-raised millennials who adapted grunge and lumberjack fashion forms that were popular in Minneapolis and the Pacific Northwest in the late 90s.
And Denver.
The original hipsters were the grandchildren of white Americans who fled the inner city.
There's 4 places you can find five places you can find true hipster douchebags in America, right? New York, Greenwich Village, LA, Santa Monica, or I don't know what. Yeah, no, it's Santa Monica, yeah. Or whatever, Huntington Beach, call it Huntington Beach, whatever, LA, you know, which I lived in New York until I was 3 years old in Soho, which is very close to Greenwich Village. So I guess you could say I did live there. My parents lived in Greenwich, right off Greenwich Village, like a block off Greenwich Village in Soho, or whatever it is, and And then we lived in Santa Monica. And then we lived in Denver. And the only two other places you can find hipster douchebags in this country beyond like Austin, Texas, and that's only because they moved there. But we grew up and we were like formulated in these cities. It's not like we moved there. We were the movements that were there. And then there's Portland and Seattle. And so again, I'm going to repeat it. It's Portland and Seattle, Santa Monica, Denver, Colorado, and Greenwich Village. I'm dead serious. You don't think so, but Jack Kerouac came through Denver, Colorado, with all these hipster douchebags and all these fucking transcendentalists and stuff, and because Denver, Colorado is the hub for the whole entire country, all the trains and all the planes came through there. So downtown Denver was like a secondary spot for all of. And they used to sit in Writers Square. I can show it to you right here, where it lived. This literally a national monument, where a bunch of hipster douchebag transcendentalist writers would sit around downtown Denver, and they would smoke doobies, and they would buy heroin, and they were like traveling in and out between the East and the West, going to places like San Francisco and Denver, Colorado. And if you read On the Road by Jack Kerouac, you will read quite a bit about Denver. I love Denver. So and in Denver is Writers Square, which is proof of what I'm talking about. It's not just some like hipsters, douchebags like try to claim the fame. We were very deep in the hipster douchebag scene, and right at the center, right off of Denver Writers Square, was a place where I used to recite poetry quite a lot when I was in a band and stuff, and we played there, called the Mercury Cafe. And the Mercury Cafe is like pretty much the cultural mecca of the Midwest. I'm dead serious. Writers Square. Yep, if I could get some images, please. Yes, this is Writers Square. I've been there many times. I've smoked heroin here and smoked methamphetamine here and marijuana. I literally fucked my girlfriend pretty much right there. She like literally got on my lap and fucked me pretty much right there. I'm dead serious. Writers Square is a fucking phenomenon. Now these days it's emptier because it's just a bastion to capitalism. It is not the hipster douchebag thing it even was when I was there. Like maybe, when I grew up there, like, when I was like 16, this place was like the cultural mecca of the Midwest in terms of like gay pride, pot smoking, hipster douchebags, transcendentalists, hippies, yippies, fucking Hare Krishnas, Middle Eastern people, Hindus, so much awesome different kinds of food all over the city and stuff. And when Denver became what it was because of On the Road and all these people who came through it and made it what it was, it was because of Writers Square, which all of the transcendentalist writers used to come here. When they came through, they would stay here in the fucking hostels that were downtown, and they would come through tramping on the trains. They literally would. Like, you can read all kinds of books in national history about this. They would tramp on the trains, and they would come down through Union Station, which looks like this, and they would get people in Denver addicted to heroin, acid, methamphetamine, marijuana, cocaine, all kinds of crazy things. And so Denver is a fucking crazy party city. I don't think anybody, well, there's one other city there's two. There's like three, really. There's like three other cities in the world that rival us. Really, I would say so. There's like four. It's all those hipster cities. It's those 5 cities I listed earlier are all the places in America that rival Denver in terms of drugs. But I mean, we're called the Mile High City for a motherfucking reason. You know what I'm saying? Because like, yes, and so Union Station looks like this. I used to stay with a junkie girl down here, off of it's like, that's the building, actually. That's the building. It's right off 16th Street. That's the building. That's it. That's right there. It's right past Union Station. She had a beautiful fucking view of Union Station, and because I was a heroin dealer, she used to let me stay with her. And she was like, pick a room, because she had an entire floor of that fucking building. It was insane. Her father was a very famous rock star, but I won't say his name. And yeah, and so Denver is a cultural mecca. If you don't believe me, I can show you pictures of Denver 420 Civic Center. Or I can just show you videos, honestly. I can show you the videos of it so you know that I'm not lying, right? Like many famous people come through every year to, like, you know, Denver, Colorado is like basically America's version of Amsterdam. This was my culture. I'm extremely proud of it, and I've definitely marched in the Gay Pride Parade so every 420 we also have the Gay Pride Parade or whatever. Not that I'm a part of their gay community, but it's a matter of city pride. The entire city shows up, and all the women like start taking their fucking tops off and shit. All the lesbians go marching through downtown with their fucking tops off to let the people know that you know, to let them know that they're gay. It's insane. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And like, my city is a different fucking vibe. And so when I grew up and I say things like I smoked black tar heroin, that doesn't scare me. I'm sure it scares everybody the fuck else, but in my city, that's normal. So is marijuana. Marijuana is like a way of life there. If you don't smoke weed, people look at you weird. You're either old or you just didn't grow up smoking weed or something like that. But most people that I know still smoke weed. It's insane. Like, most of the people, even when they're like 40, 50 years old, doesn't matter, they still smoke weed. Everybody in this city was like this. So this is the Denver Capitol building. It's literally a half block across the way, just across the street from the Denver Capitol building. These people are out on the lawn just smoking bongs and shit right across from the Capitol building. And this, you get an idea, and this is them smoking weed, and that's the Capitol building. That is literally the Capitol building behind them. I swear to God, and on my father's grave, that is the Capitol building right there. And goddamn, like, all the people that are like me, you can see them. They're all there. I know most of these people. I would say I probably know them enough to nod at them or wave at them. Shit. I probably have had sex with some of these girls and stuff. It's insane. And like, yeah, you know, Sam, I'm not fucking playing around. I come from a different city. I'm not like any other American. We're not like these people, these Colorado natives. They're not like other Americans. I would say Huntington Beach is like us, and like maybe like the two places that I would cotton to would be Huntington Beach is like us. I know they are. They do the 420 fest just like we do, and they bash up just crazy like this. And I've been there, and I've done that fest, and I went there in LA with my band and shit, and we partied in Huntington Beach on the 420. It was insane. And like fucking yeah, like this was an interesting time, interesting place, and so there's Huntington Beach and Denver, Colorado, and Greenwich Village are the three places. I mean, okay, let's say in era 2001. Huntington Beach and Greenwich Village and I would say Seattle in some lesser degree, and then again Greenwich Village and Denver and Huntington Beach were the four big fucking drug meccas. Also, there was other places in Colorado that were really fucking big too, like Berkeley, California. I will not ever say that Berkeley, California is any less than us in terms of the drug scene or anything like that. Berkeley was always deeper than us. Berkeley, California is up there with Greenwich Village. Actually, they're fucking crazy. I've never actually been to Berkeley, but I've seen the pictures and I've seen the videos, and I've talked to the people, and I've heard them tell about Berkeley, California all of my fucking life, and I've wanted to live there for a long time. Yeah, and yep, and you get an idea like shit, and it's so okay. This is how 420 is, but okay, the next week, it's like this all year long. It's like this all year long. Now, they don't party like this out here pounding drugs because the cops would fucking roll them, and the cops patrol this park like literally Metal Gear Solid guards. The cops are like Metal Gear Solid guards in this park because there's constant rapes and murders and fucking like fucking drugs and drug sales. I know because I used to live in this fucking park. I lived in this park for like 3 weeks, something like that, and I slept in a fucking tent and a fucking and I used the porta potty to smoke methamphetamine because it was dangerous to do it anywhere else and shit like that. And like I'm not proud, but it is the truth. Anybody will tell you and shit. It's insane. And so when you begin to understand that, like, that's not a big deal there. That's not a big deal here. When you see this, you begin to understand that's somebody fucking tranked out or like smoking fucking meth and black tar heroin in the fucking, like, there's a line. Trust me, the worst line in the entire fucking city is that porta potty in fucking Civic Center. And there's like fucking, usually it's a line of like 20 of them or something like that. They just keep 20 porta potties in the park because there's so many homeless fucking scrubs like on the corner and shit that like they just keep like 20 porta potties in the park and shit, and everybody's lined up like in a group of like 4 or 5 people. They're all they're all like mean to each other, and they're all glaring at each other and shit, and it fucking sucks. And they're all like waiting in line to get into the fucking to the porta potties so they can sit in there and nod out while they smoke their heroin on fucking fucking tinfoils or pipes or smoke meth or whatever. And so ever since I was like 16 years old, I could just come on down to this park and be like, hey, can I get some meth? Can I get some weed? Can I get some speed? Can I get some heroin? Can I get some acid? Can I get some shrooms? And someone's like, yeah, around the way or over the corner and shit. And so we've been fleeced here quite a bit. I've been robbed here, and not robbed, but I've been given like bad drugs. I've been given fake money and stuff. This place is a scandalous ass motherfucking place. And so get expected to like have your backpack. They'll go through your backpack while you're in the bathroom and shit like that. They'll if you fall asleep, that's a no. Don't fall asleep in the park. And if you do, be cuddled up against a girl or somebody who's gonna warn you or hear if somebody's like picking your pockets or fucking with you, because they'll pick your pockets. The whole place is basically, I would say, Lord of the Flies. It's like Lord of the Flies. My friend Six pretty much ran this entire fucking scene. She was this wonderful lady who had left New Orleans after Katrina, and my friend Six lived in the amphitheater, which is in the center of Civic Center Park. They'll show a picture of it eventually here. She lives. I don't know if she's still alive even. I have no idea, but she had very bad problems like lupus and stuff like that. I doubt she's probably still alive. I really don't know. It's been 5 or 6 years, maybe. Let's hope. Let's hope. I hope so. I hope you're still with us, Six. So, anyways. Six was a very kind to me in a very dark place in my life. I followed this junkie girl from Alaska down this whole Civic Center Park nightmare reality. And like, yeah, I'm trying to get a picture of the amphitheater, right? They're in the amphitheater. You can see them right now. They're like, the band is playing in the amphitheater. That's the amphitheater. So when there isn't shit going on like this, it's just an empty amphitheater that anybody can just walk up in, and it's a very wonderful place to be. It's a wonderful amphitheater. It's very well made, but and so the Six would hold court with like 30 or 40 fucking drug fiend fucking kids who were like homeless on the streets and shit like that, from the ages of like, I don't know, probably like 12 all the way up to like, I don't know, fucking 90 and shit. And she was like just the queen. She ran that whole scene and stuff. And she knew who I was after, which is my XM. And she knew, and I came every day for fucking, I don't know what it was. It was like, I don't know, 5 months, something like that. I mean, what happened was I went down there for about like 5 weeks. I went down from morning until night, and I would find my ex-girlfriend, and I would just chase her, and I would make sure she was okay, and that she had company, and that someone was looking out for her, and that nobody would hurt her, and that, she had cigarettes, and that she was okay. And she didn't like it either because she had moved to the needle, and she knew that I didn't like that. And so she was running from me. And that's okay. She had a terrible drug addiction, but she had moved to the needle, and it killed her. The last time I saw her ever, she had shot up. The guy was sitting next to her, and she shot up fucking Hep C and Hep C and HIV right in front of me. And I was like, don't do the rinse, don't do the rinse, don't do the rinse. He's telling you. I kept tugging on her sleeve, and I was like, I wanted to slap her, but I'm not a violent person. I wanted to slap her to wake her up, but she was too fucked up, and she was just gonna shoot the rinse. There was nothing you could do to stop her. She probably would have stuck me with a needle if I tried. I honestly. So I was just like, nope. So I just like, I had this like, it was like the worst day of my life. I like got out. She was essentially like my wife. We had been together for 2 years, and I don't know how long, like 3. No, it was longer than that. It was like 4 years, something like that. And I drove her every day to her work for like 4 years and shit. I was her taxi driver and she was my girlfriend, and just fucking insane. And we lived in a motel room, and then when we bombed out of the motel room and I lost my car, she just like went to the streets downtown and we split up, and it sucked, and she just kept doing heroin on the streets. That was her plan. My plan was to try to get back off the streets. Her plan was to die on the streets. I think it was insane. And so it wasn't her plan, but she didn't really know any better. And so she disappeared in the crowd of Civic Center Park, and I knew where she was from day to day, but it was hard to track her because she always lived somewhere different. But she lived in the tent shanty down by the river, and I did too for a time. She thought I couldn't handle it, but I just moved on right down to the streets with her, and I got a tent and a fucking sleeping bag and shit, and I hid them in fucking bushes and shit, and I would like, I would leave them at my best friend's during the day, and I would take the bus downtown and shit, or that kind of thing. And it was a really, really hard time. And she shot the rinse, and the kid sitting next to her on the other side of her, he was like slapping me. He was like, get her to stop. And I was like, I can't, she'll stick me with the needle. She wants to do what she wants to do. And he was like, tell her to stop. I have HIV and AIDS. I have HIV, AIDS, and Hep C. Get her to stop. And I was like, I can't, she'll fucking stick me with the needle. And she was out of it. She wasn't even listening to me while we were having this conversation. That's verbatim what I said. I was like, I can't do anything to her. And I got out of the fucking, we were sitting in an SUV at Civic Center Park. We were sitting in an SUV at Civic Center Park on 15th Street. It was like pretty much the end of my life, pretty much. It was so shitty. And I got out of the car and I was like, fuck you. I'm never talking to you again. And I was just like, I'll see you. You have a nice life. And she was like, why be like that? What are you doing? What's going on? What? And I was like, yeah, have a nice life. I'm never speaking to you again. She shot up that fucking rinse with the Hep C and the fucking AIDS. And I was just like, nope. That's the last straw. It was the last straw. I got out of that car and I never spoke to her again. It was rock bottom too. From there on, it was worse. It just got worse from there. But I did know the woman that I currently love at that time. I didn't know her at that time, but I met her right after that, which is always kind of funny. I met her right after that at the coffee shop, so it was okay. As soon as I had gotten a little bit better after that. I did get better. I got better after I let her go. After I let her go, it was just me for me, and it had been me for her for 4 years. And so at that point, I just went for me. And at that point, it was much simpler. It was easier for me. I was able to relax. I didn't do any more heroin. I went back to like video games a little bit more, played more cell phone games, and kind of like came back to more of the reality of who I was. And it was just an interesting time. But then I met my friend Cloud Candy at the coffee shop, and then it was okay. The whole thing was okay. And the day I met her, I told her the whole story of what had happened to M. And that was, and the day that I met Cloud Candy, I told the story of M, and I showed her the pictures, and I was like, this is her, and she was like, that's her. She is a disaster. And I was like, yeah, she's had her what do they call those? Are they weaves? Yeah, she was a stripper, and she was a beautiful stripper until the heroin wrecked her. And the minute she moved to the needle again, it just wrecked her again. She was a beautiful stripper until then. I fell in love with her the minute I met her, and I was like, I'm gonna do whatever I can do to keep this girl in my life. I don't care. I had no regrets, by the way. And everybody called her Summer. And I liked Summer, and I wrote all kinds of poetry about her and all this crazy stuff. I really liked Summer, and I had actually met her about 13 years before at my drug dealer's house. She dated his son. It was hilarious. And so when that happened, it was interesting, and I got back, and I found a burnt out restaurant, and I found a place to live, quote unquote live, but I was actually just squatting in a fucking tiny little shack sized closet room in a burnt out restaurant while I got sober and I got better. And then I met her, Cloud, in the back of the fucking coffee shop, and I was like, I'm getting better. And I did. I got better pretty much. Within a year, I went from, you know, heroin and methamphetamine and living in a burnt out restaurant to coming up smelling like $1 million, looking like $1 million, wearing fresh clothes and fresh shit. Brand new 2020 fucking Nissan Altima, you know, with like no mileage on it, that it was a rental car that I was driving for Uber. With that girl that I met that saved my life, Cloud Candy, was on my fucking arm, and I blew the coffee shop away. They were like, what the fuck? Last year you were like this methamphetamine fucking heroin junkie living in the back of the coffee shop in a burnt out restaurant, and now you're like the fucking Uber driver with, like, you know, living in the 5-star hotel room with the hottest, literally the confirmed, basically hottest girl in the fucking city. Anybody there would have told you. Everybody knew her, knew it. It was just like with the hottest girl in the city, and I was like, yeah. I mean, I never. There's nothing they can do to me. The addiction itself. The addictions themselves can't kill me. I've tried to kill myself on every drug I've ever been on. Trust me. Like, the addictions themselves won't kill me. They won't. Like, it's so annoying. I've tried. It doesn't matter. There's nothing out there that can do it. It's so annoying. It drives me crazy. Like, you know. And so I drug myself up by the bootstraps, and now I own my own home. I am a streamer. I've been doing this for 3 years and I love it. I'm happy. I miss my ex terribly, but I think fate kind of smacked me for all the bad things I did. It just completely separated me from her for probably forever. And that's okay. That's probably what I deserve for all the bad things that I did. I take the fucking I take the penitence. I take the, we say restitution, whatever. But in the end, I also say that to everybody, and I always say this, I'm going to live by my own advice, right? There's plenty of fish in the sea. There's plenty of fish in the sea. I chose like in the last month to just let her go completely. And I have been singing a song called A Modern Way of Letting You Go by Idlewild quite a bit on my stream lately. And I just realized that why I was doing that is I needed a modern way to let go. So I just like left her my phone number, and I was like, and I just canceled my Facebook because I'd only been keeping it running because of her. That's it. And I wanted to keep the conversation alive because it was like a 7-year-long conversation that we had over text and when we were dating and stuff, and when I lived with her. And and it sucks to lose that, but I'm getting better. And then one night on stream, I just talked for, I don't know, 15 hours or something like that, like I'm doing now, just trying to get over it, the whole fucking thing, because I'm sick of being a broken-hearted person. I've been a broken-hearted person all of my goddamn life, and I'm just not doing it anymore. I'll be alone for the rest of my life. If that's fine with me, that's fine with me. I will not do broken hearts anymore. I don't do broken hearts anymore. I'm fucking done with it. I've had several beautiful women approach me lately even, and I'm like, no. Sorry. Because, yeah, the last couple of times, it was like they took my fucking heart and shoved the goddamn spear right through. And I don't know how else to say it without it having the gravity that it needs. They took my heart and just shoved the spearhead right the fuck through. But I don't get too down about it because I don't have the broken heart anymore. Do you see it? I don't even get a tear anymore. I don't cry like I did last year, like, or anything like that. It's like I don't have a broken heart anymore, and it's good. It's a really good thing. I'm very happy with it. Very good thing. Preparing geometry. So anyways, so all over this place, I spent about 3 years just getting high, chasing my ex around and stuff, and it was just kind of nuts. It was an interesting time. There's Writer Square. So yeah, the hipster douchebag places, right? And so now they want to turn Mexico City into the first hipster douchebag place in Mexico.
cities in the mid-1960s during desegregation.
And I know what that is like because gentrification fucking ruined Denver after a bit. It really did. The same thing that Mexican guy was complaining about is exactly what I was complaining about 10 years ago. My rent went from $275 to $350, and then it stayed there for, I don't know, 5 years or something. And then they were like, okay, I'm sorry, we've got to double this rent because, you know, it's been fucking 5 years, something like that. And we were like, okay. And they were like, okay, it's going to be $750. We're terribly sorry. And we're like, okay, that's okay. It's a 2-bedroom or I'm sorry. Well, we were a 3-bedroom. And we had a 3-bedroom, and we were like, that's okay, it's fine, that's still a really good deal, it's $250 a room, it's fine. And so we paid the $750, and then one day they were like, okay, it's gonna be like $1,190. They were like, oh, okay, you're doubling it again? And they're like, yeah, it's gotta be $1,190, terribly sorry. And we're like, all right, okay, $1,190, and that was still okay because it's still like $400 a room. And then eventually I moved from the 3-bedroom to the 2-bedroom because the entire fucking apartment unit was owned by all of my best friends and everything. It was a fiveplex, and everybody in the fiveplex was our best friends, and we're fucking each other, and or best friends were living with each other and shit. It was awesome. It was just we were all high school buddies. It was so fun. It was the best time of my life. And we were all next door to each other. You could go knock on your neighbor's door. You got a bowl. You got some sugar. You got some salt. You got some pepper, or you know, you got a beer or something. Or hey, you guys want to go hacky sacking? Or hey, we're going to the park with the dogs. You want to fucking barbecue with us and shit like that? It was so fun. And then they were like, okay, this one's gonna be they were like, the 3-bedroom is moving to $2,200 a month, and the 2-bedroom is moving to $1,350. And we were like, oh, okay. And that's when it just was insane, and we were still paying it to that point. 7 years in, we were still paying it in the 2-bedroom, and then my other friends were paying the other 3-bedroom, and my other friends were paying the other 2-bedroom, and all of the fiveplex and stuff, and it was insane. And then like our landlord shows up one day, LM, and he just shows up, and he's like, yep, LM shows up, and he's like, yeah, I'm terribly sorry, we're selling this place, and you guys have to be out in 3 weeks. If you love me, you'll get out in 3 weeks, because I sold this place, and I actually really need you to get out of here so they can come renovate it, and all this other shit. And we're like, nah, man, you've been with us for fucking 7 years, we're not gonna diss you by not getting out. And we did, we got out, and it was a really good, we left on good terms. You know, we had done some damage to all of the apartments, and I lived in all of the apartments too, and I'd done damage in all the apartments. And so when he was like, yeah, if you want to just amicably leave in 3 weeks and stuff with no problems or anything, I'll give you a good glowing report as a landlord, because you guys were perfect. You always paid. You were late several times, a bunch of times, but he's like, you always paid though, and that's what everybody does. And I was like, yep.
In a mass exodus.
And that was the end of basically my youth. That day when he showed up, and he was like, yeah, this apartment, we need you out in 3 weeks. I was like, oh my god, that was the end. That was the last day that I was a child, really. And it was young too. I was like, I don't know, I don't even remember how old I was. 31, I think. Yeah, it's something like 31, something like that. 33. No, I believe it was. It was like 33. It was like the last time that I would ever consider myself young. When we lost that apartment, it was like the death of my youth, because we had to break down all of the fucking, we had fish die. It fucking sucked. We had to break down all of the fucking aquariums, because we had aquariums in there for 5 years. That was shitty. It ruined the floor. That was shitty. In order to get my friend out, who was a hoarder, my best friend, we had to, like, he's not a hoarder, but he just had a lot of stuff, and it took us 7 days. It took 7 people 3 days of just digging, and you could literally swim in his bedroom. You could swim in it. It was up to your breast. It was like it was up to your breast in his stuff. It was just insane. And it took all of his friends and all of his family and all of my friends and all of my family moving, like, to get him out of there. It was insane. It took us 3 solid days of 12 hours of labor. It was like 16 hours of labor. And the last day, I told him, I was like, I can't help you with the last like 6 hours of this. I've got to go. The Subaru's packed. If somebody were to steal my car, I would have nothing left in this whole world. And he was like, no, it's okay, I understand. And I left him there with the last day. And that's one of my few regrets. I left him there with the last day, but there was 7 people to help him, so it was fine. Nobody judged me or anything, but I felt so guilty. I lived with him for so long, and the least I could have done is really finish. But I mean, that last day, my car was packed, and I was like, I can't do moving, buddy. It's the one thing that destroys me. Like moving is always so bad for me. It cripples me. I lie there in a fetal ball while when we drive across the country or we fly somewhere or something, and I lie there in a fetal ball. I hate moving. I fucking hate it. I've done it so many times in my life, probably something like 75, 80 times. Not because I wanted to, but because I've just lived in the lower class all of my life, and it was always changing. It was always fucking changing. Shit was always changing. This person's couch, or that person's apartment, or my apartment sometimes, or our apartment, or I'm putting this girl through college, or that kind of thing. It was just like kind of crazy, and I moved so many times in my life that was the last like major one before I was like totally on the streets and stuff, and it sucked. And I came out to the West Coast to like lick my wounds after I basically died. It was insane. It was a bad time losing that. Because, like, it wasn't just us. It was everybody. It was, like, my entire crew. All of our best friends. Even our roommates and stuff who weren't our best friends, who didn't really, like hang out with us outside of, like, you know, in the apartment and kind of stuff. Like, we had known them for 13 years. You know, and shit, and like everybody was cast out. It wasn't just me. It was me and my best friend in the front left one. There was B and M and L in the next 2-bedroom. There was a couple and a dude in the next bedroom, and that was my friend L. He was one of my best friends. I love him to death. I bought a car from him, SUV, Eddie Bauer Ford Explorer. There was and then there was us, and then at one time I lived in the triple down the center of the horseshoe. There was our old friend M, who we'd known for 13 years, who just kept the room. He never let it go. He was always steady. And then there was my friend R, who was one of my best friends, who always lived in that place for like 8 years or something like that. And then I held the room in the third for a while before my best friend took the one on the front left. And then there was my old friend M on the other side, who was sleeping with L for like 5 years. She had 2 kids. And then there was the front right one, which always was somebody we didn't really know, but they were always friendly with us, and it was wonderful. And then so when he sold that place, it wasn't just like I and my best friend lost that place. It was like all of my best friends scattered to the 4 fucking winds of the fucking world. Some of them went to California. Some of them, they didn't see it coming. They didn't see the apartment complex just being ripped away from them. And none of them wanted to move, because all of the apartments have been gentrified in Denver, Colorado. So all of the apartments were like 1,800 to 2,400. So nobody wanted to move. In order to fucking, like, nobody had it. When he warned us that we had to be out in 3 weeks and shit, it was like, fuck, we love him to death, so we're going to do what he wants. But like, oh, it was so hard for us. It was so hard. All 7 of us, there were 7 of us living there that were in an inner circle crew. It was insane. It was so bad. So L and B and L and went out to California, and I was in love with B. And she was like, you know, she was the love of my life for the first like 8 years of my life or something like that. It fucking sucked. And I asked her to marry me in a Vegas hotel room. And her best friend was dating one of my best friends, and they were best friends, and so there was kind of a foursome group there. But there was like, and then I was living with my best friend, and then I always lived with my friend R, who he was always single most of the time. And so my friend R lived in the back right corner, and I never had any girls living in my apartment back in the back right corner when I lived in the front left corner. But like, there was always like girls there. There was always girls in and out every single fucking day. It was like, you know, it was just like that. There was girls around us all the time. And like, eventually, when they kicked us out, you know, and they sold the place, like, it scattered my friends to the four corners of the fucking world. One of them went to England. Another one, 4 of them went to Cali. 2 of us stayed in the city. I went to the West Coast, but I didn't go to Cali like them. I went to a different state. You know, I didn't really see them for 5 years or something like that. I drove taxi out here, and then I went back there, and I was like, I want to live in D-Town again, so I went back. And I met within 3 weeks of coming back, I met my stripper ex-girlfriend outside the back of a club. I picked up this cute Alaskan stripper at a strip club one night, and then we dated for, I think it was like 3 or 4 years. I don't know really how long it was. Heroin. I don't know how long it was. But yeah, it was like, it was an interesting time. That's like my history with Denver, and it's just the white flight was kind of harmful. It was sort of, or not really that. It was like the green income. I would call it the green income. It was like the white flight from all the other inner cities. They came to us and they heard that they could make a living in the marijuana industry because everybody's making so much money doing it. And they were right. And when they came, the landlords saw them coming, and so they raised the rent to triple what it was. It used to be like $500, then it went to like $1,500 in the space of a year. And that shit ruined our city, exactly like this shit probably ruins Mexico City. It ruined the city for anybody who had lived there forever and for generations or anything like that. Because nobody could afford $2,000. Like my own mother moved out of the city because she couldn't afford the $6,000 that it would take to pay the fucking first and last month rent and a full year's deposit and shit to the crappiest place in Denver. And she was used to, like, you know, 700, 800 to like 1,500 square foot houses, depending on how successful she was doing. And like, you know, but she'd never done apartment living really. And when we went to look, it was like, nobody's got $6,000 for a 1 bedroom. No, nobody has that. And so everybody we knew left. Everybody we knew left the city. Everybody we knew. It was like a fucking fire burnt my mountain home. It was like a dragon came. It was the dragon of the white flight greed, and it was like Smaug. It felt like Dale. We were Dale. We were like the center hub of the known fucking universe. We're the center hub of the America, and we're the center hub of the Western universe. And like fucking and everybody came overnight. We suddenly had we had this influx usually of like maybe like 1,000 to 2,000 people a month or something like that, because it was just a popular metro city, right? And then overnight we would hear on Channel 7 News or Channel 9 News and shit, they'd be like, 38,000 people came into the city this month. And they're like, this month? And they're like, yeah, this month. 38,000 people came into cities to the city this month. And they all took apartment rentals. And now the apartment rental scene has exploded, as so is marijuana. And they all took apartments at $2,000 a pop. And we're like, $2,000 a pop? And the media is like, yeah, that's what they're paying. And South Park talked about it. South Park even talked about it. It was all over South Park. The city pata, the shitty part of town, right? Where you pay $2,000. That's where I live. It's Platt Park. It's city park. Right. The city part. The city part of town. The city part of town is literally making fun of where I lived, right? The city part of the CETA part of town is literally where I lived for 17 years. It's Platt Park in Louisiana and South Broadway, right? And this is literally the apartment complex. No. This is literally, I lived across the street from this apartment complex that South Park is making fun of for 7 years, something like that. And I'm going to open the image in the new tab. Yeah, there we go. The shitty part of town, right? And this was a South Park joke. You can't see it because it's all shitty quality. I'm terribly sorry. Google's incompetent. But, like, this is the shitty part of town. And this was the... Oh, no. Am I still in the game? I am. And I'm going to starve to death. Damn it. No. I don't care that I'm in the game. It's fine. Interesting things happen in the world if the game time runs. It's good. It's fine. But I will log because I don't really want to worry about this right now. Just log, please. Yeah, the shitty part of town. And this is South Broadway in Louisiana, and it's the apartment complexes that came in after the Gates Rubber Factory was condemned. They let the Gates Rubber Factory go to shit, and then they condemned it, and they turned it into a whole bunch of crappy apartment complexes that were like kind of plastic fantastic. They were very, very expensive. They were like $2,400 to $3,600 a fucking like for a 1 or 2 bedroom and shit. And so, and South Park knew this. South Park like fucking Matt and Trey knew this, and they actually addressed it on the fucking show. But what it did to us was, I mean, they did a whole episode about this. What it did to us was like a disaster. Nobody could pay the rent. Everybody I knew left the city. Pretty much everybody I knew, they all went to Cali or fucking, you know, Washington or fucking Portland or Texas or Nebraska. I had a friend who went to I had a friend, he had a brand new baby. He knocked, I was there when he met his girlfriend basically, and he knocked up his girlfriend on my couch. He fucked his girlfriend doggy style on my couch. I knew they were doing it too. You could hear it. I was like, I don't care what they're doing. It doesn't matter. Whatever. They're young. They're like 22. Let them fuck. It doesn't matter. And then sure enough, like a month later, she was missing her period, and he knocked her up. And they had their baby, and they moved her, and they moved to Holdridge, Nebraska, because they couldn't afford the fucking rent to like live in Denver. And the motherfucker, those people were like middle class people with a nice house over in Littleton. Their parents had a nice house over in Littleton. He had like 5 siblings and shit, and they just didn't have the money. They didn't have the money for the apartment complex. So everybody I knew was depressed. Everybody I knew was fat. Everybody I knew was broke. Everybody I knew was an alcoholic. Everybody I knew was a drug addict. Everybody I knew was unhappy. Everybody left their home. It was like being the dwarves in the Hobbit. I loved the Hobbit. I went and saw it in the fucking, I was like, I just can't believe this was done this well, because I went and saw the Hobbit right when this happened. The Hobbit was hitting the movie theaters, and I remember I was like driving taxi, and I didn't have a home. I was like sleeping out of the taxi when I had to, and I went to the movie theater to see the first Hobbit movie by myself because all my friends were gone, and I remember crying. I'm gonna cry right now. I remember going down to Santa Fe in Arapahoe to the fucking movie theater, to a movie theater I don't normally go to, because it was just like, you know, way down there by the strip malls and stuff, because I think I only had one friend left in the city because he was rich. And I was on my way to his house, I think, because I often crashed on his couch. That's my friend Kay. And I was on my way out. I stopped to see The Hobbit. And then I went back again every day for 5 days. I like went back and I drove taxi and I bought movie tickets, and I kept going for like 5 days because I was like, I can't believe how much this feels like Denver right now. Them being kicked out of the mountain feels so much like what's happening in Denver right now. It killed my home. And this gentrification. It was okay that the people came there and spent money, and I don't mind that they're there. Nobody owns the city. It's their right to move there if they want to. But the rent, what they did, what the landlords did with the rent, because of it, because the idiots came, the landlords knew they would pay it. So the landlords just kicked everybody out, everybody there who had lived there out. And it burned my fucking Dale of a city. It burned it. If you don't believe me, look at the slow evolution. Everybody always wondered what happened to Daniel Larson, right? I know what happened to Daniel Larson because it happened to me. His city burned and he ended up being homeless and crazy. I know what happens. I know exactly what happened to Daniel Larson. I would never be friends with Daniel Larson. Understand, he's a goddamn sicko fucking freak. But our histories are basically the same. It's insane, like how close they are. He basically, except for the fucking weird child molestations, fucking worship harassment shit or whatever he did to Grace Vanderbilt or whatever. I don't ever relate to something like that. But the rest of his life is so close to mine. It's goddamn terrifying, including where he lived, all that stuff. Getting kicked out of that restaurant and shit. I've been kicked out of restaurants for screaming at people in Denver too. Like, god damn it, like I don't know, like it's insane. So I don't know. Like, I don't know why they did this to my city.
It's known as White
I don't
Flight.
know.
The construction of newly built
Oh my god, I watched a whole documentary about White Flight called Spanish Lake. That's an eye-opener. If you've never seen it, go and watch this one. If you guys have never seen it, go and watch Spanish Lake, the documentary. Was it Spanish Lake? I think it was. Yeah, it's Spanish Lake. Yeah, Spanish Lake fucked me up. Spanish Lake fucked me up. Spanish Lake completely broke my image of what America is. It just did. Like the white flight and the shrinking of the American middle class, and what happened with the white flight in Spanish Lake, and it wasn't good, and it was white people that caused it. It was like the white people just get scared of other people who aren't white, and they just leave wherever they are, or the rent gets too high, one or the other. It's usually the rent gets too high because the piece of shit asshole rich white landlords just start charging too much money when they see that they can. That's usually what first happens. And then so they flee, which causes the white flight. That damages the place that they leave, and it completely destroys the place that they go, which in this case was from St. Louis, Missouri to Spanish Lake, Missouri. And these poor, like, there was like 300 people living in Spanish Lake, and they were like these bumpkin rule white people that like worked at the fucking the Piggly Wiggly and the fucking the single Piggly Wiggly and the single Dairy Queen in town and shit. And then the St. Louis decided they were going to bust in all of their black and Mexican kids because they were there. It was a school system run by privileged white people in St. Louis. So they just decided they didn't want all the Mexican and black kids mixing with the white kids. So in the 70s, they just started busing them to the school that was in Spanish Lake, which at the time only had like 60 kids. But when they moved the 1,000, they bussed like 1,000 inner city rural kids from St. Louis to Spanish Lake. And watch the documentary. I'm kind of fogging on some of the details. I might be mangling a little bit. Don't quote me. But yeah, watch Spanish Lake. It'll blow your fucking mind. And so then pretty much ensues a race war because St. Louis becomes a complete goddamn worthless toilet. I wouldn't drive through St. Louis at night. I would never drive through St. Louis at night. I did one time with my mother. It was fucking terrifying. We had a cop escort us out. It was insane. When there was a cop that saw that there was a woman and a child at like 11:15 at night in the ghetto, and we were lost, and he escorted us out of the ghetto. He was like, you have to not come through here. Don't be coming through here. Don't be a woman and a child in this neighborhood. He was like, and he was like, I'm just gonna escort you to the highway here. And my mother was like, oh, thank God, because we got lost in St. Louis one time. So this happened because it wasn't initially like that. When they bust the blacks and the Mexican kids into Spanish Lake, they started getting a better education because the Spanish Lake school was better. But it also overlogged the Spanish Lake school, and the kids were all inner city delinquents. So they like blew the town up pretty much. They like blew the town up. They brought drugs and craziness there, all this shit. And so what happens is when they start busting the kids out, this causes a white flight in Spanish Lake, which is insane. And so when the black and the Mexican kids tell their parents that Spanish Lake has cheap rent and all the people have left the homes and stuff, they move there, which causes a flight in St. Louis. And all these people have exoduses because they don't want to live with each other. It's insane. The white people in St. Louis don't want to live with the black people. The black people in St. Louis don't want to live with the white people, so they move to Spanish Lake. And it's okay, but this destroyed Spanish Lake. It was insane, and it definitely destroyed St. Louis. It was not good for either one. You know, and St. Louis was doing fine. It was one of our major big fucking cities like Cleveland and shit. It was one of those Cleveland stories or Detroit stories. St. Louis was doing so fine. It was doing so good. And then the white flight thing to fucking, because the people couldn't stand their kids being in the same school as inner city black and Mexicans. And the white flight destroyed both cities. And after that, I was like, fuck white people, fuck the white flight, fuck the school board, fuck the people who roll with them, fuck the racism, fuck the white flight, fuck what happened to Spanish Lake. I feel like if they just loved each other, the whole thing they both would have been really amazing cities. But no. And I don't mean fuck white people, I mean like fuck those white people that were like trying to bust the black and Mexicans out of their city. Fuck those particular white people. Not all white people in general, but fuck those white people because they were really fucked up. They made my race look really fucking bad. As the Spanish Lake completely broke me of any of these assumptions that Americans have about racism in America or anything like that. No, it is basically a full-blown, like, gentrified war. It fucking sucks. The race war basically does exist, and it is stuff like the white flight and the gentrification. And so now the white people can't find, like, any city left that hasn't been basically ruined by rich people and bad city councils and corrupt fucking businessmen and lobbies and stuff. And so now they're going to Mexico City, and that's how, and they're trying to build a new gentrified fucking Boulder, Colorado was a big one, or a Huntington Beach, or a Laguna Beach, or a fucking Seattle, or a Portland, or something like that. Now they're going to try and turn Mexico City into Greenwich Village, and this is incredibly damaging to wherever they left from, first of all, and then it's also incredibly damaging to Mexico City. And watch, you're gonna hear them complain about it. They're like, these fucking gringos come in, just like we complain about the blacks and the Mexicans and shit. And the world's a funny place, right? Like, you're not like we. I don't complain about them all at all. I'm saying just like the Americans like Trump complain about Mexicans and call them rapists and murderers and stuff. You're gonna hear the same thing out of the Mexicans about the white people who moved to Mexico City now. Listen.
White suburbs and Levittowns and the farmlands outside cities like Philadelphia was more than a geographic resettlement. It was essentially a mass divestment from the cities, which resulted in a near total transferring of what Josue's interviewee calls purchasing power.
Yep, it just like ruins the economic power of whatever area you either leave or move to. It's something about it. If you move, it pretty much kills your buying power for some reason. Spanish Lake talked about this a lot. There's a lot of cool financial stuff in Spanish Lake as they tried to track what financially happened after the white flight. It was actually insane. It's what causes ghettos. White flight causes ghettos. It actually causes ghettos. You would think that you would think that it would be like, poor people, but no. Usually white flights cause ghettos. The ethnic cultures move in after the white people leave, and it causes a ghetto after a while. It's not because they are who they are. It is because when the white people leave, they take the money with them. They take the money and the jobs and the opportunities with them.
Away from the urban centers into these private redlined communities.
Yeah, it's fucked up. And so then that's how we get Harlem. Harlem was a wonderful, wonderful place for a long, long time. Really wonderful part of New York, and now it's not so much. And that's particularly because there was a white flight out of Harlem, and then there was like a suction vacuum where many African Americans were like, oh well, we can live there safely and the rent's cheap, because the white people just decided they were like scared of their black neighbors down the street who had never mistreated them or anything. None of this stuff's ever based on anything. Racism is so goddamn worthless and stupid. It actually really is. None of the bias is ever helpful. It causes problems, and it doesn't ever solve problems. It only ever causes problems. It's so stupid.
This, in turn, created half a century of economic apartheid.
It's basically economic apartheid is what they called it in Spanish Lake. Yeah, that's it. I forgot what the phrase is called. It's called economic apartheid. It's like if you are white, then you just don't make any money.
Basically had two parallel societies, the cities and the suburbs, existing in complete isolation from each other. Throughout the 80s and 90s, cities like Philadelphia, Baltimore, and
it didn't really work. It didn't really work. It made everybody unhappy. It's much better when everybody gets along.
New York City spiraled.
And trust me, the melting pot, not only is it like an experiment, and a successful experiment at that, but it's also incredibly fucking in tuned in our DNA and in our human race as it is. Like, trust me, we are the United Colors of Benetton, and we do best when we're all just kind of commingling and co-inhabiting with each other and kind of secretly hating each other and never saying anything. That's the human state of affairs. You kind of hate everybody, but you don't ever say anything about it. You're tolerant of them, and you live down the street from them, but you don't think about them in terms of your color of skin or their economic status or anything like that. Those are differences that are more likely to be sharpened if you focus on those things. If you focus on them, they will become problems for you. If you just love thy neighbor, like the good Christian good Christian Bible says, or whatever the fuck, or if you abide by the golden rule, you get along fine, which is why they push the golden rule. Do unto others, If you don't want a white flight, you don't want a Republican, Democrat, or left or right or anything like that. You just want to fucking unite. That's it. And be peaceful neighbors who secretly hate each other but never say anything and smile fakely at your neighbor as you're coming out your front door. Hi, how you doing? You know, and you don't really like your neighbor, but you're like, hey, how you doing, buddy? And you're like, and then you go to your car, you act like they don't exist, right? That's the natural state of human affairs. It's not the KKK or this race war shit or this exclusion of Mexicans or blacks or any of this other stuff. And every time that there is, we get the Israel-Palestine conflict, essentially. We get the Hatfield and the McCoy. We get problems. We get the white flight. We get destitution, poverty, and ghettos where there was none before. There was no ghettos there was ghettos in New York, but there wasn't really like fucking, you know, Skid Row in New York until the racism truly became rampant.
Spiraled into chaos and disrepair.
Skid Row is essentially the separation of the races in many ways.
While suburbia and its sprawl became larger and larger, even connecting metro areas like Chicago and Milwaukee. But there was one problem that the architects of white flight didn't consider, which is the mass loss of what's called cultural capital that came as a result of isolation. The first generation born into a post-white flight reality were the boomers. It should come as no surprise that they loved it and appreciated it. After all, most of their parents were hard-scrabble World War II vets who grew up in a world with no suburbs. So a white picket fence in a big backyard was like a utopia.
Yeah, it
the
is
children
like a utopia. That's like a utopia to them because they come up poor in the motherfucking Dust Bowl. It's like a utopia to me. My house, when I stepped in this house, I was like, oh my God. I still have that response to it. I was like, it's a utopia. I was like, oh my God, I own this. And she was like, yeah, you own this. And I was like, I own this? Because it's like, I've never owned anything. I've never owned anything. You ever actually been in the lower class? It's like you don't have anything. You don't have anything.
Gen Xers, kind of like the suburbs, but were showing some signs of angst. But the generation after them, the millennials, they envisioned a vibrant new life, a world beyond
and I mean,
cul-de-sacs and strip malls.
It's like a $40,000 fifth wheel. Like some people will probably be like, I don't even want to be in this thing, kind of thing. But I mean, it's a beautiful place, isn't it? But some people would be like, oh, that crappy little sub home. Yeah, I'll come visit you if you need me to. But no, you know, I'd rather not try to squeeze through that door or whatever, right? But like overall, it's like no, it's a beautiful, wonderful home, and I'm so happy with it. And I was like, I never would have dreamed. So I'm the generation that dealt with the post-white flight. We're the generation that dealt with the post-white flight. We had to accept each other, or at least I don't think half my generation did accept each other, but half of us did. Half of us did. I would say the Republicans didn't accept anybody, but accept themselves. But I think half of us did. Half of us accepted everybody else, every other race, every other sexuality, every other fucking class, everybody. Like half of us embraced everybody else. Half of us pushed everybody else away. And this, you know, and I saw the division line when 9/11 happened, and it was kind of insane, and the Patriot Act and all this, and the division bell rang, and the left and the right split, and it became a problem, and you know, and the bank crisis, and the thievery, and the demon bankers, and the fucking 9/11 inside jobs, and all this, and I'm the person who rose. I'm the person who grew up, you know, out of the concrete of that. So you get a lot of stuff like the rose that grew from concrete by Tupac, stuff like that. You know, like I'm the rose that grew from the concrete, and I don't ever expect to be liked. I don't ever expect to be accepted. I don't ever expect to make any money. I don't ever expect to really keep any of my friends. I'm crazy because I had to grow up out of the concrete, and what that took out of me, it has essentially killed my soul and made humanity kind of infeasible for me. So I just sort of push forward, and I try to accept it, and I think I'm the rose that grew from concrete. I can do this. We can shine no matter what, and it doesn't matter if the acceptance never came, and the lower class never got a boon, and the middle class never got peace, you know? And it's unfortunate, but yeah.
Put simply, they wanted to be around culture, eat interesting food, hear different
that's
languages,
how Denver
and just not be bored.
Yeah, not be bored.
And so
God damn it.
Operation called Reverse White Flight began. It's generally acknowledged that the first hipster neighborhood in America was Williamsburg, Brooklyn, a historically Jewish, Black, and Dominican area where Vice moved their headquarters in 2001. The complete cycle of turning parts of the neighborhood, from diverse cultural corridors to flat corporate business parks, took about 15 years. And there's actually a science to how gentrification works. Tulane University professor Richard Campanella broke it down into a 4-phase model. Phase 1 is the arrival of starving artist types,
I remember this.
legitimate, penniless, as he calls them, gutter punks, because he's from New Orleans, who are looking for a cheap...
Yeah, because, I mean, that's us. I'm the gutter punks. I'm the people that show up first. I went all over the world, you know?
Place to live that's a reasonable commuting distance from up...
I feel like I'm the first one out here. It's kind of crazy. I feel like I'm the only real gutter punk out here, but that is just not true. These people are Seattle. I mean, these people made Nirvana. Yeah, they have gutter punks out here like galore. One of them is my friend.
Scale cultural centers. These types
Two
are
of
often
them are my friends.
troubled. They use drugs and drink heavily, and for certain, never open any businesses, and so don't actively displace anyone. What they do, though, is signal safety that makes way for the arrival of Phase 2. Phase 2 is hipsters, but Campanella calls them the creative class. Those in the creative
people who have money but want to sit around and make something.
Fetishize the starving artist types and are often semi-trained.
And they always think that the gutter punks are cool, but then they dress like us. But they're fucking bitches.
Meaning they kind of...
They do stuff like this, and I've never understood this. I'm like, my best friend, he leaned more towards this, and I lean more towards gutter punk. And I've always, okay, his Xbox gamer tag is YuppieQ, which I think is such a funny name, because it's like the combination of yuppies and barbecue. And so he named himself YuppieQ, which I think is such a funny fucking name. I've always thought that is such a funny name. But it also became, it was like his self-actualization. When he named himself YuppieQ, he became a yuppie, pretty much.
Follow cool.
And it was kind of funny. And so I did the SLC punk thing, and I stayed SLC punks, and I'm still basically a punk singer. And I'm making something called Blues Trap, and I am making music, and I am a gutter punk, and I am DIY, and I do have my own stream, and I do have my own house, and I'm trying to do this. And if I gutter punk come up out of the fucking gutter, I'll probably try to destroy the government. Understand. That's why I scream about the government all the time. I'm the gutter punk guy that they talk about that shows up first. It starts like doing heroin and methamphetamine on the sidewalk and talking about fucking SLC punks and fucking, Sex Pistols and the Germs and I don't know, the Circle Jerks and Swingin' Utters and stuff. Yeah.
On the country. Unlike the broke bohemians, hipsters are typically college educated, hyper liberal, and usually open businesses. Like
hyper liberal. Now there you go. Hyper liberal. Now I always thought it was ultra liberal, but ultra sounds like somebody who's got an extremist view. I think I'm hyper liberal. I guess hyper liberal is a better word. Yeah.
Coffee shops or.
I am hyper liberal. I am prejudiced against all racists. I am very, very judgmental of anybody who wishes to draw the division line in any way or fucking form, while we need fucking unity so much. You understand? And plus, I've fucked every girl of every race. I don't do racism. That's just not me. Oh no, am I out of repair kits? I'm gonna have to go spend money now. No. Where do I go? Where's my thing? It's, I think it's back where here. Yeah.
Organic food stores, juice bars, yoga studios, barbershops with exposed brick inside, vegan co-ops, and essentially introduce oat milk to the hood. Gradually, the area...
I love oat milk. I just drank a fucking thing of it. See it? You see it? I'm living this fucking, this is leftist. Yeah, this leftist. I just threw my bottle of oat milk down. It's almond milk, actually. But yeah, I threw my bottle of almond milk down. But, oh, man, I love me some oat milk and some almond milk. Yeah.
Becomes a colony of the greater hip.
And, and we all do drugs. And we're all fucking, shifty, lazy layabouts. And they hate us so much. And I love it.
And begin seeing cross traffic from cities like
dogs and bikes and skateboards and shit, dudes with glasses and cameras.
Portland, Oregon, who begin imposing their aesthetics and cultural customs.
taggers. There's lots of tagging suddenly. Lots of art communes. I lived on an art commune with a really beautiful lady one time. She was from Hawaii. That's my friend KLL. She the killer. KLL. She's the most peaceful, wonderful girl I ever met. But shout out to KLL.
Onto the area. However, rent and cost of living itself does not actually rise until the third phase begins, which Campanella calls the bourgeoisie bohemian phase. This is marked by the arrival of art collectors, people who refer to themselves as socialites, Burning Man camp leaders, cultural investors, and most importantly, real estate developers with a taste for the hip who are aware of the area's skyrocketing cultural capital and see a massive business opportunity, which often takes the form of a city-sponsored arts district. It's between phase 2 and 3 that you find the most tension, because that's when the displacement happens. In this phase, entire neighborhoods are often bulldozed to make room for luxury hotels, trendy fine dining restaurants, and hip corporate storefronts, resulting in unaffordability for both locals who are totally out of this coolness matrix, and the hipsters and bohemians that made the area cool in the first place. After the shiny new apartments are built and the landlord raises the rent, the fourth phase begins, which is the arrival of the rich, the young professional class, like tech bros and finance guys who have absolutely no interest.
It's funny because I am all of these things. I am all of the things that he's gonna say. I'm good at all of it. I'm a good skateboarder. I'm a good tech guy. I'm a good cameraman. I'm a musician, drummer, singer, producer, fucking, you know what I'm saying? I have a stream. I've been a punker. I've fought the government. I've hunted police. I've done outreach for Planned Parenthood. I am all of these things. I'm all of these hipster douchebag things and more. I've rode around on uni bikes. I used to play hacky sack quite a lot. You know, you know. I've rode on tall bikes with other people. I've lived on a vegan commune for 3 years. I've been a heroin junkie. I've done all this stuff. I've been all of it. Understand?
Cool. And view
been a tweaker.
Cultural capitalist, basically.
Been a stoner. Been a street rat. Fucking gutter punk. Fucking squatter. Fucking, you know. Lived in the madhouse. I've done all of it. I've done all this stuff. I've juicy do all them drugs.
Meaningless. By the time phase 4 is complete and the yuppies have taken over, you're left with a sterile
juicy do all them drugs
metallic ghost town full of empty apartments that basically nobody wants to live in. The developers who banked on the cool factor are bummed, and the cycle of gentrification has now restarted on the outer radius of where it began, spreading like a nuclear bomb in all directions, destroying everything in its wake.
The white flight, yeah, but not the hipsters, no. The hipsters just bring money and rent.
The bomb was dropped in Williamsburg. The blast radius is currently incinerating Bushwick, Bed-Stuy, Ridgewood, and further out into the boroughs. In Mexico City, it's safe to say the G-bomb was dropped in a neighborhood called Roma Norte, a historic district just southwest of the center of town. I'm not sure if you know this, but Mexico City is unbelievably large in size and has a higher population than New York. So there was a ton of neighborhoods for transplants to choose from. But Roma Norte's primary cultural appeal was its food. It's been a hot spot for Mexican cuisine since the 1950s.
Dude, I mean, you can get, some chilaquiles or some tacos for 4 pesos, and it's like fucking good.
4 pesos? How much is 4 pesos in fucking American? How much is 4 pesos in American USD? It's 20 cents? I'm moving to Mexico City. 20 cents. Fucking 20 cents. Look at that. He's talking about, you can get a fucking full-blown grandma cooked it fucking Mexican, like full-blown old-style meal for 20 fucking cents.
I love it. It's great.
4 pesos. He said 4 pesos. I heard him say it.
Been a hot spot for Mexican cuisine since the 1950s.
Dude, I mean, you can get, some chilaquiles or some
chilaquiles
tacos for 4 pesos, and it's like fucking
for 4 pesos. What?
Good,
I want to move to Mexico City. I don't care about America. I want 20-cent tacos. I'm sick of your fucking shitty white bank greed. where you just stuff all the money in your fucking bank accounts instead of letting everybody live. You fucking suck, and I kind of want to leave this place. I would if I didn't have such a bad record. None of the other countries want me because you made me such a criminal. It's so annoying. You did. You made me the criminal. You chased me for fucking stupid ass shit like non-violent drugs. You made me the criminal. I didn't do anything wrong.
I love it. It's great. The prices are great here.
The prices are great here. 4 fucking pesos.
You feel the upgrade?
So you don't feel bad about slapping down like 20 or whatever, and even then that's only like $1. You're like, oh my god, oh yeah, here's 20 pesos. Fuck it.
The prices?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, yeah, I feel like in some places the prices are going up. I mean, Roma Norte is ridiculous. Condesa is so expensive now. I looked out because I feel like Juarez, it's like...
Juarez?
It's still a little local, but it's like the Brooklyn of New York.
In the center?
Yeah, in the center. It feel like it's like an old New York, you know?
Okay.
Beyond cultural appeal, another
Juarez?
factor that makes cities ripe for gentrification are natural disasters. One example would be New Orleans, Louisiana. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina struck the city, killing 1,800 people and displacing half of New Orleans' population.
Yeah, where do you think they went?
Hardest hit neighborhoods was the 9th Ward. Because of the city's levees breaking, the lower 9th Ward was almost totally flattened by floodwaters. However, in the upper 9th Ward, a neighborhood now heavily rebranded as
no, they regentrified. He's talking about Katrina.
Bywater district.
Oh yeah, they regentrified. Yeah, New Orleans. I'm sorry. Now I forgot about New Orleans when I mentioned party cities, but New Orleans has Mardi Gras. New Orleans is just as much a party city or worse than Denver, Colorado. So and I totally spaced about New Orleans. We have a lot of party cities actually. I think of them as like 5 or so cities, just like the East Coast, the West Coast, and Denver. But no, New Orleans is also a crazy party city, and so is Miami.
Homes remained intact, despite all of these homeowners having been relocated elsewhere to cities
just as hipster or worse than us. Miami's worse than us.
Like Houston and Atlanta.
Miami's like where the gay scene pretty much lives. Miami is pretty much gay. It's like entirely gay.
Many of them lived in
like not entirely gay at all, but it's like definitely like strong gay. If there was a gay city in the world, it would be Miami.
Trailers awaiting insurance.
Which is fine.
Checks and government aid. In this desperate state, and amid an uncertain future for a broken New Orleans, real estate agents swooped in and began buying entire blocks of Bywater homes in cash from their recently displaced owners, setting a foundation for a hipster enclave that would thrive about 10 years later. According to many Mexico City locals, the story of what happened in Roma Norte is actually quite similar to what happened in the Bywater. Roma was the epicenter of the 1985 Mexico City earthquake, which killed 5,000 and displaced
5,000. I forgot about that. Okay, let's log into this character. Go. Oh, I came back here because my stuff is broken. I am looking for oh yeah, repair kits, right? Yeah, repair. Well, I want to do 2 things. How about this? Let's go try to fix out of cheap weapons and armor because it's cheaper. Price range. I want to pay 1 to 6 gold. And I want, and I want, gear score range of like 400 to 700. Yup, see it? Here we start, buy. We get all of these. We didn't really get too much, but yeah, probably below 400 will do pretty well. Wait, one-handed weapons? No. I want weapons. Yeah. Am I in? Oh, yeah, I am. Yeah. So, we're going to eat some food. This game is not as hard as I thought, actually. like Nightfish and stuff. I love this game. Why can't they make other good games like this? I hear the wolves. Oh, I need wood. I guess I could chop it or whatever. Over there was a bunch of minerals. Maybe I should just go chop again. How's my air? It's good. Splush. Keep forgetting that this is also a third-person game. I like it in first person. I don't like how it looks in third person. Timber. Oh yeah, I gotta get back on EvE. Make more money. Silica. Sulfur. Ritual Gourd Satin Limited. Crimson Harvest t-shirt. I'm gonna place those on the hypernet immediately. Or no, I can't. I guess I can't. I'm way out. I'm way out far from Vegeta right now. But I will when I get home. Day is it today? It's Thursday. Yeah, Thursday, huh? Okay. So I have sulfur. I want to make torches. Yeah, make me 2 torches. Nice. So here we have Yoma, Absolute Legion, Asset Delivery. Oh my god, look at all that. Yeah, look at all that. Take it all, baby. Take it all. Confirm. Yep. Confirm. Take it all. Oh yeah, look at all that shit. It's like I suddenly have a base suddenly. Hey, it's another endurance. Nice. There's a Tristan. There's a skiff. Oh, look, it's my skiff. Shit, maybe I should just go back with the skiff full of ore. What else is here? It's 376 million in compressed white glaze. Maybe I should just sell it here rather than moving it. 376 million. No, we're going to do 3 months. You say it's 376 million worth of compressed ore, huh? Compressed white glaze, 376, 376, 680. 376, 680, 399. $709? No, wait, no. Now, why are you saying that? Okay, for... Well, you know, maybe I better actually, maybe I should move all that. I don't know. That's a lot of work. It's $1 billion in stuff. I wonder if I did a public contract if somebody would buy it. No, I need to start hauling. I need to just haul. I need to go get, I need to take my... I guess I'll take this Astero out of here now. No, I want to take the Skiff out of here now. Shit, so I'll have to make, like, I'll have to totally change things up. This is Ibura. I'll have to come back here a bunch of times. So I'm going to be doing jumps for a while, because there's a lot here. I could pay for a hauler, I suppose, but I don't want to pay the collateral. I don't want to pay anybody. I'll just haul it. Damn it. Getting, like, selling this stuff is so annoying. What does that sound? It's so dumb. Sulfur. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, I forgot. You do have I forgot, but you have free look in this game, or camera look. I mean, or whatever it is. You know, head look. That's some good XP. Now I want that silica. Yeah, I'll just have to make a bunch of trips with fucking Akator. I mean, well, I don't know. I guess rather than Akator, a Miasmos would be better. And I just do... Yeah, what is that? That's 4 trips with a Miasmos. Yeah, and then I don't lose anything. I can just autopilot the whole fucking way. Yeah, I think so. I think the Miasmos is the play. Yeah. Is there... Do I have a Miasmos around here? Yeah, no, it's not that fucking expensive. 350 million Akator. I'll just lose it in some system. If I want to AFK, like, autopilot, I'm gonna fucking Miasmos. So, yeah. So, no, there's blueprints and stuff. I can make Miasmos. I got 4 Miasmos blueprints. I can make them. But no. Okay, let's go look for one in, like, nearby. Because I don't even think I need to put anything on it, even. Yeah, is there, like, a Miasmos nearby? 4 jumps, huh? How far is Jita? Oh, you're just running, are you? These are the 3 games. It's this game, EvE, and New World, and I'll be a happy camper for a while. I'm gonna retire FFXI until it's time to go get XP parties and stuff in December. I'm over encumbered, damn it. I don't know what's so heavy. I can replenish. I don't know. Will this sticks? $105. I don't know what to drop. I don't know. 105. $104. Oh, I like the third person actually. Fun. Oh, I don't have any bone, do I? No. You suck so bad. What do I do? I can't do anything. Can I make a knife? Any kind of knife? Stick and stone, but that'll overlog me. I'll come back for the bodies. Oh no, I know what I can do. I can pick up the body, can't I? No, wait, stop. Yeah. Put those things in my inventory so I can get like an empty hand here. Like that. Yeah. And I wanna no, I want an empty hand here. Oh no, maybe I can't carry him. Yeah, it's too heavy. Huh? Can I? No, I can't. All right, well, I'll just come back. Fuck it. This was right here or whatever. I love that you can swim forever. I think that's actually so creative. If they give you a reason, you have to like farm oxygen and stuff. I think that's so cool. God, the game does look good. It looks so good. Oh. Gotta get him now too. Oops. It's getting to be... Oh, it's morning. Nice. I was out all night. So... Wood... yeah, we'll just... we'll go down the line and we'll say... Add to stacks. 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 Yep. Then, yep. And I will take a fresh torch and I will destroy this one. Nice. That's a good thing to do. We will consume stack and consume. And then, what will I do? I will repair my knife with some bone. Bone. Fiber. I don't see any bone. Bone. Charcoal, not bone. Charcoal, not bone. Bone, fur, leather, bone, fiber, fur, charcoal, spoiled plants. Damn it, I can't find bone. Why can't I find bone? Come on now, stick. There we go. I think I need a bone box, kind of. Anyways, repair. Oops, don't have any stone, I guess. No, that's silica. Oops. Need stone. Repair. Oops. Repair. Right. I want to keep bone on me, like a stack of bone on me and wood. Well, not wood, but like, because you can always get wood, but bone I want to keep on me so I can always like repair my stupid bone stuff until I have better stuff. Okay, so all stats are good. We can go back out. I need to get those corpses. I wish you could run with the inventory open. Yep. What? Oh, come on.